That almost serves as an official goodbye to SMITE 1 esports. And Trelly, for the first time, hello to SMITE 2 esports. Looking back on some of those great moments in SMITE 1 history, it's emotional. There's a lot of stories to be told, and the lore behind SMITE 1 esports and the SPL and 10 years of competitive action now lead us into SMITE 2 and the SMITE 2 Founder Series. And we're kicking it off here today, Trelly, with EMEA.
I mean, you can't be more excited, Dave. This has been quite some time in the making. Everyone's been excited for this Founder Series to finally kick off. The qualifiers are going to be intense. There's going to be some great teams. There's going to be some great SMITE 2. I mean, what else could you ask for, man?
And really, this is our first chance to look at the talent and a lot of the teams and the players that we're maybe expecting to start to make a run at things. Remember, there's plenty of history, as I mentioned, from SMITE 1, but the ultimate question is, do all of those players still succeed? Do they all form teams with one another and beat everyone here in SMITE 2? Do newcomers, because remember, this is open sign up, are there newcomers that want to step forward and start to make a name for themselves? And so I think that's a really cool aspect of this as well, Trelly. I mean, 10 years of SMITE 1 history, and we're going to see a lot of those players here today, and I imagine later on in this qualification process as well. But it's also a chance for us to learn who the next generation is. Is there a next generation, or is it going to be the old guard winning things once again?
I mean, that's the thing. I've been playing a lot of ranked SMITE 2, and every once in a while you'll get players that you recognize from SMITE 1. You'll be like, oh, that makes sense. This guy's owning me. He's been owning me for 10 years. That checks out. But then a lot of times there'll just be some random dude you've never heard of before that's just absolutely cooking you and dicing you up in the queues. And those are the kind of guys that I'm excited to see perform today. Because SMITE 2, it's a young game. It's a very new game. Of course, it's not even fully released yet. It's so early days in its evolution. So this is where a lot of players can make a name for themselves.
Well, and we'll keep our eyes on these teams throughout the day. We're going to be introduced just as much as you guys are at home to some of these new rosters. We do have a handful of teams that we want to highlight and say, hey, keep your eyes on these teams as we move forward through this tournament. A few teams to watch here in EMEA. Giovanni, Giorgio. Those are some names you'd recognize. Nika, Adapting, Dardes, Cozy, Vaporish Coast. A few world champions on that squad. You could say the same for Team Risk. There are Trelly, Variety, Lasbra, Theeks, Genetics, and Streak. Mockingbird has some talent on there as well as Scorps. So what are some takeaways from this initial graphic here? I mean, obviously, these are 4 star-studded teams.
I mean, immediately I thought, when I saw the roster for the Giovanni Giorgio, I thought it said Giovanni Giorno, and then I was like, I have to Google it because that's, that'd be a misspelling. And it's an Italian composer, so clearly some music fans on that first squad.
Is their gameplay going to be a wonderful symphony?
It could be. It certainly could be. Maybe they come together like a beautiful orchestra, or
that's right.
Just is music to our ears. But yeah, these are all squads that I expect to perform very well. As far as just what we have seen so far, I do think Mockingbird's a team to watch out for. There's no doubt about it. Unfortunately, there's been some switch ups. Like there's been some teams that they play together in some of our previous tournaments, and then they've changed their rosters around. So I don't know how these teams are going to mesh together, man. I'm excited to find out though.
Yeah, it adds a little bit of lore to that the kickoff weekend that we had a couple weekends ago, right? We saw some of these players in previous orientations of their squad, and now it's a little bit different. Some players swapping in and out. Scorps as well as a team that I'm excited to see about. That Preds and Davey duo lane feels like has been playing together for years now, and they are an incredibly talented duo. And then Kana over in the solo lane. And then you mix in April and Gunter. I mean, so these are guys that have all played with each other at points in their career. But I look to the duo lane, I think, on that Scorps team. And so these are our initial EMEA teams to watch here, Trelly. And there's a lot more talent in the rest of our rosters here as well. But I think this is an interesting thought experiment for us, because they are the teams to watch, but it's based on what? It's based on history. It's based on the competitive history of those players that we know of. They're world champions. and you and I had this conversation when we were casting the kickoff tournament a couple weekends ago, is that there of course is like some skill tons of skill carryover from Smite 1 to Smite 2, but it is a new game, and who's grasping the specifics of this new game may advance a little bit further in the bracket, and we'll take a look at that bracket now. And Trelly, I appreciate you being here with me today. This is not the long, winding 12-week bracket. This is just our daily bracket. But when we get to talking about how all this is going to go down, since you did that video, I trust that you know every single in and out of our format here. I'm just kidding.
I can work that bracket forward and backwards.
I'm sure you can.
It's not a problem at all.
Well, a couple of our teams to watch have gotten a bye into the round of 16. Giovanni, Giorgio, Mockingbird, Team Risk. So some of those initial teams that we looked at waiting in the round of 16. Remember, it's a best of 1 through our first 4 rounds. I can do math. And then a best of 3 in the finals. And so they're the best of 1 matchups. They're in the round of 32. Initially, that team to watch, that Squirps team, they'll be matching up against Let's Go Asgard. So that'll be one to keep our eyes on as well. And really the rest of these, Trelly, it's going to be a test of vibes, I think, early on in the day here today. If it's a blowout win, suddenly those teams might be favorites to fill out this bracket by the end of the day.
Exactly, and something that we also have to remember as viewers of this just meta that is currently evolving is, I don't imagine we're going to see the same style of play that we saw in previous weekends. I feel like every single week the meta is going to change, the top gods are going to change because the new strategies are emerging. People are still trying to figure out the ins and outs of some of these characters. So, I mean, it's going to be exciting to just figure out exactly how everyone's building, how everyone's trying to, use their mid lane rotations, use their jungle starts. There's invade meta. There's so much to think about. And that's kind of why you can't just say that person was good in Smite 1. They're going to be good in Smite 2, period, point blank. Let's move on, right? And there is always going to be a way to get a leg up on the competition if you're putting in the hours now. And the team that does that best is going to be the one that takes away the dub today. And there's a lot of teams that could do that.
And remember, there's an overall point system as well to this 12-week qualification process. So, of course, you want to win the entire bracket here today. But the big key is being in that upper half of points from your region based on where you're able to finish. Let's get things started here. Smite 2 Esports, we had sort of a semi-kickoff a couple weekends ago. That was fun. We're starting to get serious now. And it's the Howling Knights versus Old and New. And we'll run down these rosters as we get into picks and bans. So, Trelly, remember in the early days of Smite 2 here, just the 1 ban per squad. And then really seems like the teams were wrestling over who that top pick should be the last time we watched EMEA. I know that Bacchus was a hyper popular pick. Jing Wei ended up carrying some of those games at the end of that tournament. Bacchus takes a ban, so does Jing Wei. Door pretty open now for some of those powerful gods.
Yeah, my favorite, I would say at this point, is the Susano, the Loki, and the Soul. Fenrir has been on the rise, more specifically in solo lane, just because of this new style of lifesteal build that Fenrir likes to go. It's always been something that he is good at because of that second ability, Seething Hell. But like Devos, you start Death's Toll, you could even get the Reaper, which is a great item just to grab some extra lifesteal. So could be something we keep our eyes on. But that other pickup, Neath, is going to be very high prio as well. The extra global presence just helps out a ton. And of course, he just chunks right now. Like you are doing ridiculous amounts of ability damage. So I'm never going to get mad at an early game Neath pickup. Ymir is interesting. He can play many roles as well. It's hard to lock in, despite the cast of Smite 2 having, a little bit less of wiggle room.
Yeah.
You could play so many different roles as one different character. So I'm not going to lock in Fenrir in the jungle. He could play support. He could play solo as well. I'm not going to lock in Ymir as support because I think solo support and even jungle as well could be an option.
That's right. In the early days when the meta is trying to shift out and shake out, it's extra dangerous for casters to try to throw their predictions into the ring. We had a hard time towards the end of Smite 2 because there were just so many different, or Smite 1 rather, there were so many different options. But nowadays there's flexibility. These teams are just trying to learn the best ways of playing this game. And now especially there's extra weight And I think that's something worth talking about maybe a little bit later on. But some of these players, I mean, yes, it's just a game at home, playing with your teammates. But this is step one, right? Your toe is now officially over the starting line in what could be a competitive career in SMITE 2, your journey to the Founder Series in Vegas. So for a lot of the players that we'll see today that don't have that extensive competitive experience, while, you know, it may seem less for some of the SPL pros that have played in studio and played in world championships, there's a lot of pressure on these players to make a good impact right off the bat. That's my soapbox. I'll catch back up here with picks and bans. Odin, Susano, and Cernanos Trelli rounds out the old and new draft. Are you liking the 5 that team's bringing here to game 1?
I certainly am. I'm trying to pick apart this draft from old and new just because, you know, I mentioned Fenrir is not necessarily locked into the jungle with the Susano lock-in. I think I would prefer Odin in the solo lane, throw Fenrir into support, and then let Susano take the jungle, but you have your flexibility there. It's not as if you have to lock in anything. That Ragnarok is just a very potent tool for getting you pressure early. You can invade with Sunder so easily, and then, of course, that's a great team fight tool later on. But for Howling Knights, I would say pretty traditional. Throw Hades over to solo, let Thanatos jungle, throw Neath and mid on her in the airy role. And then you just let Ymir do his thing over in support. He can match that pressure if it is Fenrir. And if not, you guys are just going to run lane. So not a bad draft from either squad. But if we're talking about early pressure specifically, Susano and Fenrir, man, they come out of the gate at level 2 swinging. Probably some of the highest damage dealers on the map, barring maybe like a Ymir. So definitely something to watch out for old and new there.
And that's something that we talked about for years with teams where catching maybe less teams that have played together for less total amounts of time, catching them off guard is such a key, because if the communication's not quite as clean, if they're still building that chemistry, if you can run down pressure early in the game, you've got a real good shot at just keeping things spiraling out of control. So that might be the name of the game here for old and new. Do you like what I saw from On Her in that kickoff tournament a couple weekends ago? Trelli, of course, solo ability, but great follow-up with the Ymir. And that's not just specific to SMITE 2. That's been a SMITE 1 combination for a real long time. Hades as well. And Hades has been in an interesting spot where it seems like here in SMITE 2, players have really started to figure out some tech around this god, around this character, that have maybe springboarded him up the priority chart a bit.
I mean, that's the thing. At some of our first tournaments, people that didn't know how good Hades was were getting just absolutely owned, right? He was top pick, top ban every single time. Since then, I would say Hades has taken a little bit of a notch down. He's still great. Ridiculous amounts of damage. The sustain is solid. You're going to be able to just own in lane regardless of where you are, but usually you're over in that solo lane. But has not had that same level of like first pick, first ban. So we'll have to see if the sneaky 4th or 5th pick Hades is able to get the job done.
Trelli, I'm ready to kick off SMITE 2 esports officially. Let's jump in to game number 1 of the SMITE 2 Founder Series opening weekend tournament here in EMEA. A 5-man grouping met by Dutch Whisperer and Taylor. Oh no, Benny Beast. Wait, Logo's back. Just a disastrous start. Taylor thought there was maybe a first blood before our nameplates can even get brought up onto the screen. It's a first blood. And man, who gets it over to Benny Beast on the Thanatos Trelli? And you're talking about early pressure, not going to be there. Maybe still, but just a bit slower as the Thanatos grabs the first kill.
I mean, it was the old 5 gamers in the speed buff grass trick, Dave. I've seen this millions of times before in my games, and you gotta watch out. If you don't have wards, you don't want to walk up immediately. And it was a little bit of a double bait, right? Where they thought, oh, we caught out Benny Beast, maybe we can kill him, but the rest of the squad was not too far behind. And you got to keep an eye on those relics. The Sunders do a very good solid bit of damage if you're able to use them, just to try and surprise the team. So now easy first blood for Benny Beast. And if you were going to give a first blood to anyone on this squad, I think it would be the Thanatos, man. He has such a very solid power curve if you're able to get a good lead going. And being handed first blood before minions even spawn is exactly what you'd be looking for.
Yeah, nice beefy scythe right to the back of Maskill. That's a player everyone should be familiar with if you are tuned in to the later years of SMITE 1 esports. Maskill certainly made a name for themselves, a great jungler saw show up at varying levels in the Smite 1 scene. Oh no, Taylor. You know, a little bit of danger again, but Distortion and Game Hunter brawling it out over in the solo lane. Maskill, I call his name, he shows up. And thank goodness, old and new. That's the team on the order side. The blue team is going to be old and new this game, and then Howling Knights going to be the red squad. But old and new, they grabbed themselves a kill. And it's that early game Susano that you wanted to see.
That's insane. I just put together, hold up, Maskill teleported over through the left side of the map. You thought he could gank solo, got over his duo, but Taylor's gone.
I was wondering if we were going to see some of this today, just a full-on brawl from some of these teams that are playing together for maybe the first couple of times. Over in dual lane now, we've traded out a couple of kills. And the good news is, Trelly, for old and new, yes, you give up first blood. Yes, the Thanatos gets it. However, now your Susano is starting to spin up a little bit. 2-0, Bluestone Pendant making the rotations. Grab a kill over in solo lane. Make your way on over to left. And so it seems like all right, guys, we gave up first blood. Maybe cleared off a little bit. We've cleaned the slate now in the first few minutes of game 1.
Yeah, you're not too worried about that early first blood now, especially because of the start that Maskill has had. And this is sort of the tech now. Bluestone is just a fantastic item on Susano when you have so many items that can proc it. Not to mention, MP5 is abundant in Smite 2. If you see anyone purchase a mana pot in this tournament, I think they are actively misplaying. It is 3 health pots start for just about every single role, unless you're in solo, then you start a Chalice. But a little bit of an action here. You gotta watch out for the grass. But the Smite misses, he's dead.
Oh, Benny Beast just missed simply too much. Maskill. Oh no, it's a double kill in mid. Maskill. Goodness, he's dragged his team back in the first 3 minutes of game 1. 4-0, the Susano rolling a bit. And man, it's gonna get worse. Game Hunter, Distortion, exchanging punches over in solo lane.
And he's not done.
Trelly, Maskill's gonna get another 3 kills in the last 30 seconds. And a rampage in the first 3:45 of this best of 1.
And that's what I wanted to bring up, Dave. The fact that their team name is old and new. And I didn't quite put 2 and 2 together at first, but that is Game Hunter over in their solo lane. I was going to say some of you might remember, but honestly, I can't imagine that many of you do. The very first Smite 1 competitive pentakill at the launch tournament went to Game Hunter. And now he's back for Smite 2 Founders Series. That is a fantastic shout in their name. And of course, it's good to see him back, man. I've been seeing him stream a lot of Smite 1 ranked into the Smite 2 as well.
I mean, that's pretty sweet. You get a pentakill in the launch tournament of Smite 1. What are we now, 10, 11, 12 years later? It's probably going to make some people feel old talking like that. But here we are, a decade plus later. Game Hunter trying to get back to another Founders tournament. They got a real good chance at doing so. Plenty of burst damage from Sync and Taylor over in the duo lane. That'll be kill number 7. Charlie, I'm wondering if Howling Knights are like, oh yeah, we're feeling real good. We got this early first blood. And this is what I was mentioning in picks and bans with, you start to play against some teams that maybe have less competitive history with one another. And when things start to go sideways, if that communication isn't clear, things can start to snowball just out of control. And I think Howling Knights, they're in a serious risk of just that happening.
They certainly are. I mean, you not only do you have to worry about Maskill, who's 5-0, but I think Dutch Whisper is going to be going this intelligence-based Cernos build that could be so bursty. Gold Fury starting up Sunder. It's going to be the confirm here. Who goes for it? Sasuke steals it away.
Wow, they needed that. The Howling Knights did. They steal away the Gold Fury, and that just pulls back a little bit, right? A momentary breath for the Howling Knights, and could be a kill on the back end. Taylor, I think, has already tried to jump away. And what a last couple minutes for Sasuke. Steals away the Gold Fury and then snags a kill with his team over in the duo lane. Those are the types of turnarounds you need, Trellian. While the lead is not completely diminished, old and new only up by about 1,000 gold despite being 4 kills ahead.
Yeah, you got to pay attention to those relic cooldowns as well. I mean, Taylor and Game Hunter had the ability to sunder. Game Hunter's on the other side of the map, so no way he could have done it, but those relics are important. If you're going to go for an early Gold Fury call like that, say, hey, maybe teleport over for the confirmation, or maybe we can go ahead and use this. It's just so impactful to make sure you're getting those objectives early, because remember, if you're going to see a little bit of a timer. If you're ever curious as to who got a Gold Fury, maybe you were looking away from your screen, maybe you missed it. There's a little bit of a check mark, a gold coin, if you will, underneath the kills for each squad. That's going to be the counter for how many Gold Furies you've obtained. After 3, we have Ancient Fury, and she shuts down the objective. Oh my goodness.
Game Hunter. Hit him with it. Got him. Distortion. Balls.
Doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter. Go ahead, Trey. You were on a good.
I thought I was until I saw. Just you can't overestimate, or I guess you can't expect to get heals when there's a node in your lane. That's what I'm going for here.
There you go.
Even if you use your full soul explosion on the wave, it's not gonna happen. Ends up just getting the beautiful anti-heal, even dashing away. That Odin spear is gonna follow you. That's exactly what happened. Now Game Hunter's sitting 2-0-1. Doesn't really even need help from Maskill. And that right side of the map belongs to Blue Squad.
Sink about to be face first with 3 members of the opposing squad. Man, eats an ultimate too. Vanna's up in the sky, crashes down. Man, they have just used a decent bit of ultimate utility. Uh-oh, Taylor brutalized in, but blocked off by a wall. What you doing over there? Nothing, says Valerion. So kills exchanged across the map. I was about to say, now it seems like it's time for Maskill to start to take back over. 5-0, a bit of a lull, which is hard to say. You're on the first 8 minutes of the game, but when you're on a 5-kill spree in the first 3 or 4 minutes, everything else seems slow. Now helps out with a kill over on the opposite side of the map. and we were drawing silver linings. Trailer, like, yeah, after that Gold Fury steal, it's looking a little bit better. Only down by 1,000. Yeah, not quite the case. That started to balloon up just a little bit. About 3K down now are the Howling Knights. And it really just seems like this game is going to flow through that initiation. Trelly, Game Hunter, Maskill, wherever they go. Got to imagine good things are going to happen.
No doubt about it, but I do think that we can hype up Sasuke. 2-1, he's been able to, siege forward his squad, steal away the Gold Fury. They're not shying away from invades or looking for pressure. I see constant walls thrown, so following around the Ymir is not a bad strategy. It's just, you gotta watch out for Maskill. You need to know where the Susano is at all times. If Game Hunter ever rotates out of solo lane, he's gonna be an absolute threat. But remember, a lot of these guys are stacking up, right? That's the current meta for most characters in Smite 2 is building up, your Devos, your Transcendent, your Book of Thoth, etc. So not everyone's even feeling that powerful right now. Once you get some of these items evolved, that's when you're really going to see that 6-0 lead from Maskill, right? He's got Tekko Kagi just finished up, 31 stacks on Transcendence. Once that item evolves, I mean, there's no one on the map that can stand up to him as is. It's going to be even worse once these items get stacked up.
Sink has just needed a bit of a breather as well. Somehow the soul has not died. I feel like I've seen a few ganks from the Howling Knights over towards the dual lane, but Sink, the soul, has stood tall. That's always been the name of the game for soul. These magical ADCs, you just gotta live, stay on the map, and keep yourself involved. Fury spawns again. Let's see what the Howling Knights and old and new have in store for us this time. Wanted to keep your eyes on those relics. Where are they on the map? Maskill just lurking. May have an opening thread over into the middle lane. I talked about the soul getting ganked. Again, it's happening. Ultimate Eaton. Whoa! But my goodness! So is the Hades. Eaton gobbled up underneath the tower, but able to dash away from Sink and that burst damage. That's just a big disengage over in duo. And Daffel, wow, bursted down over in the mid lane.
Here comes Game Hunter.
That's an opening now for the Fury, or maybe it's a duo lane gank. Game Hunter teleports on over, but he's all on his own inside the cage. Up goes Thana, down he goes. Oh, does he execute? Game Hunter with this movement, but dies, goes down, and it's traded out unstoppable for Maskill, who is on a rampage in game number 1, 8-0, and should be a Fury to boot.
I mean, they're heading over towards it. You don't have too much skill potential, but they have not given up. Distortion is here. He's got a little bit of damage. Maskill's trying to play zone duty. Can anyone step up, take this objective? Maybe not even pull it. They don't feel confident. Old and new. They're going to let this one slide. They lost their solo lane, and they do not have Sunder onto Taylor. Probably the smart call. I mean, even if it seems confirmed, you already threw away the first Gold Fury. You really don't want to throw away the second one. So I like the call to reset here. Maybe spend up some of that gold that you just got, and then go back and try again later. Take a look at Maskill's inventory. You can see on the far left does have the queen buff, which means they have plenty of damage and tanking for the objective. But look, Maskill shows up. There is a Gold Fury attempt.
Wow, and it's being pulled by the Howling Knights, the team who is pretty handedly down here in game one. Maskill steps forward. Is it going to have to be a steal from old and new now? The damage is low. Distortion gets the Gold Fury, and again it goes to the Howling Knights. So the team who is handedly behind Trelly has just looked better around these objectives. Taylor dies to boot. It's a spitting image of what happened just 5 or so minutes ago.
Oh, Maskill.
These little lifelines getting the Howling Knights back into the game. Benny Beast will step forward into the jungle, but able to scurry away for now.
Yeah, Benny Beast was chasing out Maskill. Very low HP, but not enough to find an execute, unfortunately. But hey, you're happy with 2 Gold Furies.
Ow.
You certainly are. Dutch Whisper takes some damage, but are we looking at an execute? Does not seem like it. I was looking towards Uffle, but no Neath ultimate that come through. You're not going to be able to find your kills just yet.
Ooh, Sync dodges out a lot of the ultimate there. Nearly taken down. Sasuke could be having some connectivity trouble here. We'll see. Ymir still in the back of the base, so see just how old and new choose to play this. Well, run down Benny Beast has been a pretty good strategy up to this point. So why not do it once more? Grab a kill, 13 to the game. Yet again, Sync lives through all the onslaught. Not easy to one-on-one against an on her, but just living is great. So Chaos Tower traded out. Trelly, it's been such an interesting thread to follow here in the first match of official competitive Smite 2. Sasuke has rejoined us on the map. Luckily, it was not that long. The objective control has not been great from the team that is otherwise dominating the team fights. However, this was the first real moment of push out, grab a tower, clean up some of this map. And I think that'll pay dividends here in the next 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, I think when coming to pulling objectives in Smite 2, you gotta first just take a relic roundup, see who's got Sunder available, and then look towards the enemy team and see if they can make it close. Once again, Sync Gang has not fallen yet. Doesn't seem like this is going to be any different. Just so much safety awarded through this soul. Has combat blink not available currently, but once it would have came back up, as another way to just get away from the walls, the pillar, things like that. So Sync, I don't think he's going to be in too much trouble unless Benny Beast comes over. But I don't think there's going to be any dive, considering Benny Beast is on the other side of the map for now. If anything, you got old and new on this side of the map, just trying to take as much farm away as possible.
Well, that's always the risk, and that's what folks have to worry about when you start to send ganks. And goodness, that's what Game Hunter's got to worry about now. A gank headed his way. Thanatos lurking just around the corner. Not within execute range yet, but Benny Beast scurrying over towards the solo lane. Game Hunter able to slink away back into the tall grass, so we'll be okay this time. Looks like there may have been an opportunity there. Instead, again, this is what we talk about with when you gank. That also brings the opposing jungler over to your side, and Maskill is the one who's the opposing jungler. He's 8-0, he's 9-0. You got to be careful where you throw these ganks. You got to keep tabs on Maskill, because this game flows through Susano right now. Divine at 9:02, and how about this start for old and new? It's the old of old and new that's really made their mark on the first game here in Smite 2. Could get worse for Sasuke. No, throws this freeze out. They're trying to keep tabs on exactly where that Thanatos is. They're unsure. Actually, they know, and it's the massive shutdown onto Maskill. That's a big moment there. And Benny Beast lives. His first kill is a 9-0 shutdown onto the Susana.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what you needed. The 9-0 shutdown is huge there. Because, like you said, the game flows through Susano. So not only are you able to get that big gold bounty on Maskill's head, but he can't impact the map for a solid 30 seconds or so, which means you can go and pull a Gold Fury again. And guess what, Dave? That's exactly what we're seeing.
Wow, are you going to go 3 for 3 on Gold Fury, despite being doubled up in kills? It sure looks like it. Howling Knights have just had the Gold Fury pit on lockdown. Sasuke's confirmed a couple of them. I don't know who got the second, but 1 and 3 go to the Ymir, and all 3 go to the Howling Knights. That'll make that Ancient Fury a little bit easier, Trelly. I mean, is that the thread back into this game now? That Gold Fury control is really what's keeping this Howling Knights team alive, or is there some late game scaling that you could still hang your hat on here if you're able to get there?
I mean, I love late game Neith, right? We're stacking Transcendence, we're stacking Book of Thought. She's going to be an ever-present threat if you're able to follow up with that ultimate, because there's only one Aegis in the game, and that's on Dutch Whisperer. This on her has been extremely aggressive. I mean, Valoran has been getting... Okay, I was going to say, there's no way we see a Fire Giant pull, right? Valoran's been getting very aggressive over in that lane. Hasn't really been able to fight much because Sync has been playing so safe. So I would like to see how this on her does at like level 20 or so once that itemization is online. And of course, Thanatos Execute. You're terribly behind in farm, but you're always going to be impactful. You get someone to that low health threshold and they're just able to just immediately remove them from the fight. Many Beasts, the impact is still going to be there. So I think the Howling Knights have the ability to just translate this into a late game fight, considering they have that big Gold Fury lead. But still, old and new, they're not scared. They are sieging forward constantly.
And I appreciate that from Taylor. 1-5, not a perfect scoreline for support Fenrir. However, you got to keep that foot down on the gas. That's what old and new will hope to do over here in the mid lane. So a slight grouping. Man, I'm wondering if we've just learned at this point that Sync is maybe just not worth ganking. We're throwing a lot of ults at this soul. Just disapparates away, says bye. Gets back on the map. I suppose you're not worried. You got a little CDR, get that ult back quickly. And again, it just draws mass kill over to your side of the map. Susano, yes, 9-1 now. It still does 9 kills. Feeling just fine. So jump in from Game Hunter. Oh, he's got 2 in his cage. An easy ult and an easy kill. Finally, Sync, after being ganked all game long, grabs the shutdown onto Valerian. That's a quiet shutdown there with the 3 deaths, or the 2 deaths at the time. I didn't realize there was a killing spree going on. And so a little bit of gold funneled over to Sync and the Soul. Mass kill ushers his team forward into the tier 2 on left.
Yeah, why not? Go ahead and grab those tower bounties, put as much gold in your pocket as you can, because Howling Knights have to spread out. Dutch Whisperer can grab a solo kill here. One more auto attack would do it. And he claims it no problem. Duffel, I'm not sure that was worth it. You didn't even get the tier 1 tower, and even if you did, you don't want to end up dying there. But that's the benefit, and I want to highlight how these CERN builds have been coming through. Not a traditional auto attack carry in any stretch of the imagination. You're going Transcendent, you're going Book of Thought, you're going Polynomicon. You are going full intelligence base because there's a lot of scaling that Dutch Whisperer brings to the table. It's just how the CERN works. But an objective being pulled by old and new. They haven't been on point with confirming them. It's only the Hades that's close by.
Gotta lock this one down. The Fire Giant is another level of importance here for old and new. They're in a real good spot to get it. This one's clean. After all the turmoil around the Gold Furies, the Fire Giant is simple for old and new. And the Howling Knights now really on the back foot, if you didn't think they were already. Fire Giant plus about 6,000 gold is going to do that for you. How about the Siege now for this old and new team, Trelly? So much of their success around these objectives, mainly towers and Fire Giant, not so much the Fury, have been because they've picked up a kill, they've gotten a team fight, now you have odd numbers, and you can clean up the towers on your own. In a full-on 5v5, which we may see, underneath one of the towers, you still have siege potential if you're old and new.
I mean, here's the thing. Remember, all those Gold Furies have went down, so Ancient Fury has just spawned in. Old and new has the ability to just grab that and go in for anything. Beautiful stun, though. Mass kill. Can he get out of trouble? He's going to have to juke the ult.
You're going to have to dodge out the ultimate. Oh, he does it and gets a knock-up. That's wild from Mass Kill. Can you outplay the... With the assistance of Sync, you can. Mass Kill stands tall. And Benny Beast will fall. Unfortunate now for Howling Knights. This may be the death cry of the game. There are still plenty of objectives to go through, but a massive swing and Ancient Fury stands and may soon fall. Old and new. What a moment for them to flip around to the story around this Fury pit.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta hit those ultimates, because I think that fight goes completely differently if Mass Kill ends up getting caught out there, but unfortunately the juke shoes were strapped in. He was able to make it out no problem, and now all of these structures are nil. They aren't allowed to fight back. Go ahead, jump into the tier 2. The Ancient Fury haunts every single one of them, that's Phoenix included. Not easy to try and defend a Phoenix in that situation. Take your time, though. You don't need to. Wait for minions. Looks like go ahead and grab the Warhorn. That's going to end up buffing Old and New's minions once the Warhorn gets captured as well. So take as much farm off the map as possible. Old and New, they can take their time here, Dave. They have plenty to wait for their cooldowns, wait for some ultimates to come back up. It seems like just Dutch Whisper is going to be missing out on that diamond for a little bit longer. But yeah, right side bird seems to be the target, and Benny B's nowhere to be seen. Still on the left side of the map. This right bird should go down for free.
It should. A wall delays things. Another ultimate. Underneath ultimate. World Weaver connects onto Sync. Distortion looking for the initiation. Finds it, has corralled a few members of Old and New, but who's that? That's Game Hunter on the back line. All on his own has separated out the fight. And the Howling Knights just were not able to step forward there. Left one isolated. Both soul laners separate, but only one soul laner falls. These Ymir walls have delayed out the fights. But Trelly, it could be a lot worse than the Phoenix here if the rest of these kills roll through. The game starts with mass kill, and it's going to end with mass kill. A double kill for Taylor, but 11-1 on the Susano for Old and New. And that'll give Old and New their first win here in Smite 2, our first win in Smite 2 competitive. A little bit shaky around those Furies, but this team is looking good.
I mean, that's something definitely to highlight, but still a fantastic performance around the map, just showing not only can you look for your buff invades, play safe, play off these objectives, but just W key with a lead like that. Mass kill showing that he knows how to jungle in every iteration of Smite and Smite 2, of course. Loved what I saw from Old and New. It's just that objective play we're going to have to clean up. Remember, you do have this instant confirmation if you are Taylor. Not necessarily going to put it all on Taylor. There is ways that you can CC Sasuke, make sure he doesn't walk up and go for the steal. Maybe we don't even have that snowball start to roll in the favor of the other squad, because, once you get one, I think it's quite easy to grab the other one. But still, loved what I saw gameplay-wise from Old and New. They are definitely going to be a squad to fear in this tournament.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And remember, for the Howling Knights, their Smite 2 journey is not over. There's a whole qualification, Swiss bracket, up, down, left, right, sideways type stuff that's going on here in a few weeks. So there's still plenty of Smite 2 for this team to play, but still more today for this Old and New squad. And this is where us as casters, Trelly, we get to start to spin the storylines, and Mastkill is going to be the one that we look back on. But I think the rest of the team deserves some props as well. I think Dutch Whisper plays a really clean game here, 409. And it's the type of game, I think, when your jungler is playing the way Mastkill is, you kind of just got to take what comes to you, right? It doesn't seem like you got to take unnecessary risks. Feels like your Susano is the one who's risking and rewarding most of the time. So I think a really clean game there from the CERN. And so I think, Trelly, as we're starting to develop these storylines, if we're lucky enough to watch Old and New later on today in one of their matches, shutting down Mastkill is going to be the first thing that comes to mind.
Or getting a kill on a Sync. That might help as well. I mean, of course, Dutch Whisper also didn't die, but there was so many gank attempts onto Sync over in the duo lane, and the Soul was just unfazed. I didn't even see too many blink outs. It really was just, as you said, to separate, go under tower, reset, try again. So you're going to have to find a way to deal with that Soul, or maybe take it away. There was a lot of things I liked about Old and New. But hey, remember, even if you get knocked out of this tournament, your journey is not over. There are plenty of ways to get into this Vegas Founders Series. So we have not seen the last of Howling Knights. They are able to sign back up later on in the phases, and there are more qualifiers to go through. So I accept that I will see some growing from them, because I liked a lot of what they were able to do around those objectives. It's just, hey, sometimes you let a Susano run your game, and that's going to be scary stuff, especially with Mastkill, man. He was owning with Susano for years. For years.
Right, that's nothing new, right? Yeah. That's the old, again, that's the old of this Old and New. Mastkill playing like that is certainly not some new development here in Smite 2, but just able to do more of the same. Yeah, Trelly, you did the I mentioned this earlier in the show, and I'm going to double down on this bit. It's a terrible bit, but you did the bracket run to Vegas breakdown. So you're now officially known just as the format guy, right? You're the bracket guy. You're the dude that I'll lean on when I need a little bit of assistance. It is really unique, though. I'm really excited about the Swiss bracket portion of things when we start to get into there. But we've got some more kickoff founder series to go. EMEA week number 1. And it looks like we still got a couple matches rather to finish up here in the round of 32. Those games are underway. But we have finished off a couple of matches. And wow, we've actually gotten into the quarterfinals already for Giovanni Giorgio. So random team name. Let me make sure I is that actually a roster, or is that just random? Is that just the name, random team name?
I'm going to assume they name themselves.
Oh, no, there isn't. Okay. No, that is a roster. Okay, Archie's on that squad. I know the name Archie. So they were able to beat Smile in round 1 and then immediately faceplant into Giovanni Giorgio. That was one of the EMEA teams that we said to keep your eyes on. That's Vaporish Coast, Cozy, Dardes, Adapting, and Nika. Funnily enough, their subs are listed as Trix Tank and Cuvo Fred. So if any one of those guys has to sub out, you've got World Championship caliber talent just waiting in the wings. So Giovanni Giorgio, Trelli, as I look at that bracket, I think it's the story because of how quickly that string of 2 or 3 games already went. But I don't think any surprise that one of our teams to watch, and maybe the favorite team in this EMEA Founder Series kickoff, has already made it onto the quarterfinals. They'll be a force to be reckoned with today and in future weeks.
No doubt about it. That was a squad that we expected to get some quick wins, but I mean that is light work. They showed up today ready to play for sure.
I'm trying to do the math and to play a round of 32 game and then load up and play the round of 16 game and finish that round of 16 game in the time that we spent casting that first game. Yep. That had to be like a 12-minute game between Giovanni Giorgio and Team Random Name. We'll see. I'll get the numbers on that at some point.
That's random team name. That wasn't team random name. I just hate
yeah, my fault. I hate to. That's on me. Random team name, unfortunately, falls. Game number 1 of SMITE 2 competitive is in the books. We still got more Founder Series in EMEA coming up next.
One for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. burns, so cover up your eyes. Sooner than you know, we'll rise. Baby, I just wanna take you home. So lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. In this hellhole I've been stuck, but I feel something I never felt before. I can't stop this craving. If you tried it once, you want it even more. The smoke down here will sting and burn, so cover up your eyes. Sooner than you know, we'll rise. Baby, I just wanna take you home. So lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you got a claustrophobic.
It's never been done before.
What's the plan?
When was the last time you were in Vegas?
You want to host an esports event in Vegas for SMITE. SMITE 2. Now you're talking.
The hi-rez Arena, Las Vegas.
Some said it couldn't be done.
Are you guys out of your mind? The J Dragons winning worlds can't be beat. Not shouldn't be beat, it cannot be beat.
This January, see SMITE like you've never seen before.
You clowns are gonna need a team even crazier than you. Who'd you have in mind?
Coming this January, Hindu Man's 11.
You're either in or you're out.
I'm in. That's right. That's what all of this is about. We're going to Vegas in mid-January, January 17th through 19th. The SMITE 2 Founders Series will culminate in Las Vegas. We'll be at the HyperX Arena, and this is what we're all building towards. You can get your tickets now, and I hope to see you there because tickets are on sale right now. You get a t-shirt, Twitch drops, and you get a skin. That's pretty sweet. So you can scan that QR code or head on over to our website and grab your tickets there. If I've been told correctly, we're at about 70% sold out, and so only 30% of the tickets remain for the SMITE 2 Founder Series in Las Vegas, and they went live yesterday. They're selling like hotcakes. I don't know if I've ever seen hotcakes sell, but I've been told that they sell quickly, and same with our SMITE 2 Founder Series Las Vegas kickoff tickets. January 17th through 19th. Mark your calendars. We hope to see you there in person. You can grab your tickets right now. Get them while the getting's good. And if we can't catch you there, we'll catch you online in person. Trelly, that was your like music debut, not your music, your acting debut, and you had the glasses on.
I sure did.
And then I saw these on my desk, and I said, "This looks like what Trelly was wearing in that SMITE video."
Well, I mean, I got to call you guys clowns, which was fantastic. I got to really understand what we're doing over at Vegas, and I got to hear that you're in, and that's all big things true. For me.
That is very true.
Up until that point, we weren't sure if you were in or if you were out, but you made sure to let us know.
But what about the folks at home? We got to know that they're in too, right? We need them to be in. And so
you want to see us in
Vegas?
Vegas?
That's right.
I mean, you know what to do. You know where the link's at.
That's right. Grab your tickets now. Let's look back at the EMEA Day 1 SMITE 2 Founder Series bracket. We are officially underway. Don't let it be lost on you. SMITE 2 Esports officially underway. Made a bit of a joke, but in all seriousness, Giovanni Giorgio is already into the quarterfinals. They finished their matchup so quickly that We couldn't even get through the rest of our round of 16 matchups. And those other couple matches that we were waiting on in the round of 32 have been completed and brought forward. I believe, Trelly, we're going to be taking a look at Smoke Break versus Yodi Gang, which is, I think that if we were able to, attach another team or two onto that teams to watch over in EMEA, I think the Smoke Break team would be one of the teams that I would append to the teams to watch list for this tournament, because that is Echrome, Silenced, Angry, Johnny, and then Benko over in the Soul Lane. Zero's a sub for this squad. So we're so used to seeing the Echrome, Silenced, Zeros, right? Johnny, like that team, the Valkyries for a little while, and played in the SEC, qualified in.
Yep.
So Angry, I mean, on par, potentially playing better in the later years to Zeros. This is a very, very talented team. And we talked a lot about team chemistry going into this weekend. If the going gets tough, how does the team adapt? Smoke Break has plenty of competitive experience with one another to make those types of changes, if they're even needed. This team has the potential to get out to a really good start. Yeah,
I've seen Angry playing very long nights for this game, so I think Angry has been putting in the work for sure.
Hopefully not last night.
Be as strong as he can in the mid lane for Smite 2. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about Angry's performance. I know you weren't saying you were, but just in case you at home were wondering, yeah, he's been absolutely popping up and playing very cleanly. But of course, the squad that they're up against, Yodi Gang, also a force to be reckoned with. We got Seagull, who we saw in the Content Creator Cup just a bit ago. The duo lane, Merca and Ollie, we've seen them before. Renegon, Raze. So it's not as if they are going to be any slouches either. You got to watch out for the things that have been swinging these games one way or the other. The objectives are still important. The invades, that early pressure where you just show up at a jungler's speed buff or a soul laner's blue buff. There's a lot of ways that you can make use out of early pressure. So I mean, all that really culminates in picks and bans. You got to pick the characters that can really start swinging at like level 1. I think Ymir, one of the strongest characters in the game. Things like that are what you're going to have to watch out for, because you don't want to get off to a bad start in a best of 1 format. You don't really have a second chance to come back if you are just too far behind.
No, you have a chance to come back another time and play more Smite 2, but not today. No, your day is done. We're still in these best of 1 rounds into the round of 16. I think the mid lane matchup is maybe where my eyes go here, Trelly. I mean, everywhere on the map seems really strong for Smoke Break, as we've talked about. But for this Yodi Gang team, Renegon, that's a player that I distinctly remember talking about on our SEC Thursdays, some of the secondary matchups that we would get to watch, and a player who's really improved their game over the last couple of years. So I think that mid lane matchup, whether or not in lane or in those team fights, will be really intriguing to watch. You talked about picks and bans. Let's go over to picks and bans. See what direction the wind is blowing for these two teams. I do have a question, Trelly.
Of course.
And this is just because my brain works in mysterious ways. During the ad read for Vegas, I said selling like hotcakes. Have you ever actually thought about that statement?
I've looked into it a bit. I don't know if, because hotcakes are just pancakes, right?
Yeah, it's just pancakes, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if pancakes were a much bigger commodity back when that phrase came to be. The only time I've ever heard them called hotcakes is like, I'm pretty sure like McDonald's breakfast used to call them hotcakes. And
you're right.
They sold very well. So I don't know.
Maybe not. I think, the last time hotcakes sold well, guys like you and I would be sitting around with like one of those metal chrome microphones saying, yeah, they're selling like hotcakes. That's how it would be. So maybe, I don't know what sells quickly today, but hopefully the Vegas tickets, we've already sold 70%. So those have sold like the modern day hotcakes. The Neath, Bacchus, they're a hot commodity as well. Both of those banned away. Jingwei, remember in our first match of the day, we did not get to see Jingwei. That took a ban. Will be played here by Yodi Gang. So Jingwei plus Odin, Trelly, great late game hunter when that crit gets online. And the Odin for jump in, initiate. I think that'll be a good look for Seagull if it ends up going over to the solo lane.
Yeah, that's interesting for me, though. The Fenrir has been so high on the priority list, higher than even Susana, which, is a shocker. Just from based on what I've been watching, but the Jingwei is a no-brainer, man. That extra crit chance, the enhanced auto attack, just so much safety. All of that culminates into a late game threat, as you said. It looks like Smoke Break might be trying to just overwhelm Yodi Gang and not let that Jingwei get online with early pressure, because everything they've locked in so far, the Chalk, the Ymir, and the Fenrir, tells me we don't care about your level 20. You're not getting there. At least that's the plan, right? We're not going to let you build all of that crit chance. We'll see how Yodi Gang tries to combat that. The Odin, I mean, it's decent enough, but it's not going to make Smoke Break halt the brakes just yet. I really want to see the Susanoo lock in. If not, Loki's okay, but he does take a while to get online as well. Thanatos, I can't really call that much early game anymore. His Scythe is it takes a bit to get online. You pick up a red buff, it's all right, but there is the Susanoo lock, and that's what I was looking for. Takes a bit, but maybe they didn't think Smoke Break would even care about it.
And I like this mindset from Yodi Gang. I am a firm believer, and this is in all of sports, but it extends to esports as well. I hate the play not to lose mentality. Like, if you see the other team applying a lot of pressure, getting a lot of pressure picks, it's still a viable strategy. I just personally don't like the, all right, we're going to just step way back. We're going to wait till the late game. We're going to draft for the late game and just try to withstand the early game. Sure, it wins. I'm not saying it's a terrible idea. I just don't like that mentality. So I like the Susanoo lock-in for Yodi Gang. I think that'll be a good look here at maybe stabilizing a bit of that early game. And then Hecate as well, Trelly. I know that this is a pick that you personally are just a fan of. I saw your tweet a couple weeks ago on some of the tech with this character and the ability to really control team fights. Does it slot in, though, to the rest of the composition that Yodi Gang has already drafted?
Well, Dave, I've gone on record to say that Hecate is the most fun Smite god ever. Like, go ahead and add the 130 Smite 1 gods into that conversation. She is just loads of fun to play, but there is a little bit of positioning that you have to work on, because her old open the gates rather, is it can reposition herself and enemies at the same time. It can also reposition her team, but that's her movement, right? The only other movement she has is her shield movement speed, which is not a lot. So to get away from Ymir, to get away from Fenrir, to get away from Chalk, you have to be using that ultimate pristinely. You don't get a second chance. So if you are going to lock in this pick, you got to put the mana. How is it, right? You actually have to try and like understand, okay, I can go over the wall here. I can do Ragnarok. I can interrupt, brutalize, things like that. If you don't, it's just going to be a field day. You don't really have to think too much to kill Hecate, because look at all the physical damage that is on the side of Smoke Break. Her shield only affects magical damage. It's going to look like a regular shield to everyone else, but the physical characters can just blow right through it, no problem. So that's something to consider. But if you're able to get her online, she has so much damage, so much team fight control, and you've got Athena and Susanoo and Odin. You have the setup for it. You don't really need to, blindly throw your abilities out. There's a ton of lockdown and CC from Yodi Gang. I'm still question marking, can they get to late game though? That's the real issue here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask, because the early conversation in this draft was you got Fenrir, Ymir, and Chalk, so things are looking pretty good on the early momentum from the Smoke Break team. I riffed a bit about how I liked the mindset of trying to counteract some of that early game with the Susanoo pick for Yodi Gang. Ultimately, though, are you convinced, Trelly? Is there still just more early game pressure on Smoke Break? Maybe not as much as once was in the first 3 picks, but still should be an advantage in the first 10 minutes of this game?
Yeah, I mean, there's been so much presence towards duo lane, and I'm looking at what appears to be a Sol Ymir lane. Again, Fenrir can support, Ymir can jungle, Chalk can jungle. Like that, those 3 at the top are all interchangeable, but it's probably Sol Ymir, which is just a ridiculous amount of pressure, man. They can fight at level 1, which is scary to think, because when I think at level 1 fighting, I certainly don't think of Athena and Jingwei, right? They are looking much down the old beaten path trying to get online. So you can look to invade, you can look to pressure, you can look to just sit at that gold camp over in duo lane and the purple buff. There are options to make sure that Yodi Gang don't even get a chance to fight back, essentially. So we'll see if Smoke Break takes that option, or if they just feel confident in their late game as well, because Sol and Cern, they don't mind getting level 20, like they're okay getting sitting back and just letting themselves build up those items. So while I do love Yodi Gang's late game, Smoke Break can do either or.
Yeah, ultimately a big question for me, and it's something we've talked a little bit about today, Trelly, is just, can we break out of these players have played a lot together, and they're all very good Smite 1 players. How much does that correlate to early Smite 2? Well, the early answers have been those teams still dominate. Those are still really good, really talented players. The Smoke Break team, years of competitive history with one another, and they've got themselves a really solid early game team. Ultimately, the question is, can some of these teams that are now forming for the first time, maybe a couple of their players have played with one another, is that enough chemistry to slow things down? Because in the one data point we've got, and I'm no statistician, but that's probably not enough data to really draw conclusions. But the one data point we've got is that a very talented team that's played a lot of Smite together in the past, that has an early game team, can just steamroll. Now, that was Maskill who was doing a lot of the steamrolling. I don't know how much team chemistry was required there. But that goes to show that some of these teams that have these talented ex-pro, ex-minor league Smite players, given the right character, given the right circumstance, can just kind of take a game over, and the rest of the drafts can just fall by the wayside. We'll see if that happens here in our second round. We're officially in the round of 16, still best of one, and it's Smoke Break versus Yodi Gang. I talked a lot about this mid lane matchup. Of course, excited to see Angry and Renegade go toe-to-toe with one another. And I think when I talk about the individual talent, that's got to be where some of it comes from for Yodi Gang. Seagull over in the solo lane, very talented player as well. Some opportunity, though, in the jungle Trelly. And I think this is malpractice by me to not talk about Johnny at all. Like, I mentioned him as a player on Smoke Break. Johnny has been one of the most dominant junglers, even in the SPL when his team wasn't playing well. In the SEC, when they would come play SPL teams, Johnny drew so much attention. It has the potential to do what we saw Maskill do just one game ago.
He certainly does, and let's not forget that Benko, the solo laner, is just Deathwalker. Like this is.
Oh, is that who that is?
Yeah, this is a very stacked roster.
I appreciate that, because I was like, I don't know that guy.
Yeah. And something else to know. This is what I was talking about earlier, though, Dave, about how new metas start to form. Angry and Echrome's Relic. They have Foregone, Beads, Aegis, Blink, and they just both picked up Phantom Shell. Like, don't get me wrong, the Odin Cage is fearful, but I think it's more so they just wanted a shorter cooldown survivability Relic, and now they've got 2 shells on their squad, and that is something. Silence was going for a little bit of an invade, does have the option to Sunder away, a buff of choosing. Remember, Ollie's here as well. Do you try and just disrupt this speed buff? Probably not. I think Silence gets this one for free, and he certainly does.
Well, that's annoying. But Silence wanders forward, grabs the speed buff, wanders on out. Deathwalker. We'll call him Benko, because that's the name that's on the screen. Takes a lot of damage. Call it confidence. Call it connectivity. I don't know. But he takes a lot of damage early on in the laning phase here. And that's a good point, Trelly, and I think something that we'll be doing not only today, but throughout the next couple of weekends and in the early days, and hopefully all of Smite 2, drawing differences between Smite 1, Smite 2, viewers who played a lot of Smite 1, haven't gotten their hands on Smite 2, which you can get in today. If you go and pick yourself up a copy of Smite 2, you can play it today. Phantom Shell, you can just walk through walls right off the rip, right? I mean, you don't, in Smite 1, you had to buy Shell, and then you had to upgrade it, and it took a little bit of time. Angry and Echrome have that ability. Well, you can't walk through. I was about to say you can't walk through damage, and then Angry was like, yeah, actually I can. I can just separate. Uses the
exactly what I can do.
That's literally what I can do. But you have that ability right off the bat. And so maybe a smart pickup then from the relics. But get that relic burnt off. You wanted to see the activity from the Susano Trelly already making waves in mid lane and actually stuck around. Angry's playing pretty far back, though. It'd probably be hard to find this angle. Yeah, unless Angry steps way too far forward. But a good initial peek at the Susano, pulling the Phantom Shell away from Angry.
And that's the thing. Angry knows how to play safely, but also close enough to where you can still grab your farm. It's not going to be easy, though. Raze has an I mean, even with a blink closing app, Solis has so much survivability, so I wouldn't spend too much time in the mid lane. I like the call to go for the gank re-gank, but Angry's not going to fall for that one, so I'll just go ahead and back up. No issues currently. I wanted to see exactly where Johnny was going to put some of this pressure. Remember, in Smite 2, you can pick up multiple buffs. Currently, that Fenrir's got a speed and a blue around the belt. One jump here, and we have first blood. Yeah, pretty much immediately. If Seagull jumps in, just gone. Has Sunder, no blink. So maybe not even with a leap, honestly. This stun could be enough, but no, there's no way they kill off that. Yeah. Go ahead and jump out, no problem. It seems like Johnny wanted to look towards the blue buff, though, and that's my point. Buff invades are still extremely impactful. If you show presence towards solo lane at this time, it's because you're trying to stick around until this buff spawns in.
Yep. Well, Johnny, look, over the years of competitive history for this player, we know that Johnny he's not above hanging out for like a minute or two, waiting to see if a gank opportunity opens up. Thought there might be a chance there. Seagull smartly holds on to that lead and never makes themselves fully known. Still some action, though, over in Soul Lane. This time it's Benko who's in some trouble, but gets stunned before he's able to get away, and the damage from the Ring of Spears may have actually killed him off anyway. Well timed, and guess who? It's hi-rez on the Susano with first blood for Yodi Gang.
And that was the thing. I mean, Johnny went for the blue buff invade, saw that hi-rez was there, said, this is a bad idea. I'm leaving. And then kind of just stuck around. I mean, Benko knew that there could be a gank attempt. I don't know. I'd probably be backing up in that situation, but maybe just thought the old torrent would be enough to get him out of trouble, as you said. The teleport was available, but Ring of Spears killed regardless, so you're just stuck. I don't know if I like the call to step up there. But, I mean, hey, you got first blood, so clearly I didn't like it. Doesn't matter, though, in the grand scheme of things.
Wow.
Considering Smokebreak has just dominated the farm across the map, I don't think so. I mean, they've got themselves about 1,000 gold lead just by nature of better farm, even after dropping that first blood. There's going to be more gank attempts, but hi-rez might not be done with just one kill. Is sitting over in dual lane looking for another, but Johnny matched the rotation.
Sure did. hi-rez, a real good look over at the dual lane here. He's got eyes for E-Chrome. He might not even need hi-rez. Silence 12 actually picks up an early kill here. hi-rez left running, guess who's in on the counter gank. Johnny starts it up. hi-rez never got that opening, and now a Ragnarok, but is there enough damage? hi-rez teleports away. Is he gonna go back in on a silence? He does! No. Gets killed on the knockback. The shielding's enough. Now, Ollie has made their way over to the duo lane as well. Wow, back and forth over in duo. Ends up being 2 for 2, maybe? I can't really do math, but hi-rez has got a couple of kills. Smokebreak not too worried. They maintain that lead, but an early skirmish in the early game where we wanted to see both junglers active. Deathwalker Benko, under threat of a solo kill, has some sustain, gets stunned, and soloed by Seagull.
My goodness, there's blood being shed all over now. Gold Fury started up. Supernova comes through, but Angry's getting pulled back.
Renegan secures the Gold Fury for Yodi Gang. This is my fault because I was gassing up Smokebreak so much, but Smokebreak still has something to say. Angry and the team jump in. They've got eyes for Merca, and they'll grab a kill. So again, a Fury picked up by the team that is trailing a bit in the early game. It's given Yodi Gang now just a slight lead over Smokebreak. Smokebreak, though, trailing again, this roster, this 5, is a team that we have seen come back from various levels of down in their career. They're not even all that. Actually, they're up suddenly. Just farm again. It seems like in these temporary moments, these stationary moments, the farm game has just been controlled by Smokebreak. And Yodi Gang has had to make their moments in these scraps and skirmishes.
Well, there's one thing that I've noticed, and this is something that if you're playing your games at home and you're wondering where your lead has gone or where, you know, the comeback mechanics are, check your far left and far right side of the map, right in the middle. Those gold camps are worth a ridiculous amount. And so far, E-Chrome has confirmed just about all of them. And I believe Benko grabbed the last one as well. And those gold camps are worth well over 100 gold if you capture it for yourself. And if you're able to just chain those together and take them away from the enemy team, you can overcome any deficit because you're getting them at the same time on both sides of the map. So just because a Gold Fury goes down, just because a couple ganks go through, does not mean Your gold lead's looking all that thick, but Benko was getting dove under tower for a second, man. They are trying to force the gank, and it works out.
Yep. Yeah, Raze picks up the kill. Onto Benko, but Johnny's returning the favor. Renegade, oh, whoa, dashes away. You needed to see it out of the Hecate ultimate. You said, use it properly. Got to use those mechanics in this team fight. They're going to be running you down. And Renegade is able to escape. Echrome so low, can't stick around in this fight much further. It's actually going to be counter gank from Yodi Gang. Raze May Feast has gotten the opening kill on Echrome. Silenced. Perfect wall. Prevents further bloodshed.
Okay,
Or so I think. Seagull's got a leap. Seagull's got a spear. And Yodi Gang are starting to steamroll. But only in the kills. Smoke Break still maintain that gold lead.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly where the majority of this gold is on. It seems like Angry is farming quite well. Looks like he's also trying to find a kill. Someone's got to die here. Yeah, it seems like Ollie said, I'll trade out for you. Angry picks up that kill. This Soul is still a force to be reckoned with, sitting at 2-0. Also has the Queen buff, which does a ton for your squad if you're able to use it onto a tier 1 tower, like the one that was in mid lane, of course. Looks like attempting to group up. Still, farm across the map. Looking good for Smoke Break, right? Yes, they're falling at some of these kills. They're sticking around a bit too long, but they're just trying to get late game. That seems to be the play call. I'm looking around build-wise, and stacking up Dev Gauntlets is the call for Angry. That's the traditional Soul build that we've seen so much. But Johnny also going for that item, and there's the gold camp once again, going the way of Smoke Break. This is how these gold leads get out of hand, Dave. Even when you're losing things like team fights and furies, the camps are important.
Benko receives a double gank underneath the Soul Lane tower, but repels it with his ultimate. Johnny has a slipstream, won't take it, or won't be initiated on any further. Worth mentioning, Soul stacking up Dev Gauntlet is still just a crazy statement to me, but here we are, and that's Smite 2, baby. You got the ability to be flexible, and that's key.
What about Cernos stacking Book of Thoth? Does that sit well in your brain?
Actually, that might be weirder to me than Soul stacking Devs, because I think Devos, like, at least it's a... Oh. Unfortunately, I got to stop on this bit because a 3-man teleport from Yodi Gang. If they can find this angle, look at the mini map. They are just pincering Smoke Break. They're about to be collapsed upon Smoke Break from essentially every angle. But wow, Smoke Break, they said, okay, I'm just going to turn around and maybe chase you out. And it actually looks like there's a disengage essentially everywhere. Angry has stood and delivered tons of damage towards Yodi Gang. Slips away from the Odin cage. Oh, but teleported right back to Renegade. And Angry drops him. Echrome left dashing off to the side. Grabs a polymorph out of the Odi Gang solo laner. Needs a spear to connect. Doesn't get it. But Merka's got the last bit of damage for silenced. Smoke Break enveloped. And Smoke Break starting to fall. When will Raze go back in? Right now. And it's a rampage for the Susano. But Johnny's got the shutdown.
Johnny might not be done just yet, trying to wrap around, look for any sort of kill. Seagull would be the target, but now Johnny's in some trouble. Benko won't be able to confirm, and actually might be in some trouble himself. I cannot believe that Smoke Break stuck around this long. Can you find the torrent? Can you find an axe? No, you cannot. Falls down, no problem. And Dave, that was a great call to just pull the Gold Fury and get out. I loved it, right? You see the big teleport, the wrap-around play from Yodi Gang. Does not end up working out, but then Smoke Break goes back in. They felt confident. They wanted to find a kill attempt, and that's where we really saw the fight fall apart. Doesn't seem to matter too much. There's still every objective available that Smoke Break wants to try and go for. They're going to kill the Queen in the jungle, probably give that buff to Angry, who's just been running around the map, finding farm essentially everywhere. This Soul, even after finding a death there, is going to be a problem. Seems like the Dagger of Frenzy pickup means that Smoke Break might try and go for like an early Fire Giant. At 15 minutes, I'm going to be watching where Angry decides to go.
This is the type of team to make that type of call. They always play it just a little bit wild, right? But it's a team with confidence. It's a team that, you know, when this roster was in the SEC, playing against SPL teams at midsummer tournaments, it was always confidence. in the ability to make those aggressive calls, even if they're not 100% success guaranteed type calls. Sometimes would catch opposing teams off guard. So I'm with you, Trelly. I'm keeping my eyes just on these rotations. And oftentimes we'll see when a game has had a kill a minute, even more, like we've got here in this one. There's like a bloodbath for the first 10 minutes, and then teams kind of take a breather once you get to, okay, now we can actually start to do these objectives. We've got to play a bit more carefully. If we die here, a tower is going to go down. A Fury is going to go down. In a few minutes, maybe a Fire Giant is going to go down. So it seems like we've broken free from that early game chaos just a bit. And I'm wondering if Yodi Gang, you know, if they loaded into this game and said, we're only going to be down by, what is that, 1,500 gold at the 13-minute mark. Obviously, you'd rather be ahead. But would you take that, given the way these two rosters were built?
I mean, I imagine you're okay with it, again, because their late game looks so solid with Jing Wei with Akate.
You prefer a lead, but
when you got kills like this, you would definitely prefer to have that gold lead in your hand.
That's a good point.
It's just that Smoke Break knows how to farm the map, man. They know where to put their pressure. They know when they can overstay, and they know how to put a lot of their farm just into Angry. Again, I cannot state how much of a threat this soul is going to be. Demon Blade finished, so crit chance aplenty for this soul as well. There is going to be some threats on the map, and it is going to be the carries of Smoke Break, at least for now. But Raze has been having a heck of a performance, 5-1 on the Susano. Has been able to find the gank opportunities, sort of weasel his way in. Once again, double teleport though. Look at this. Raze and Seagull are behind. They're going for the fight in duo. Who are they going to find?
Again, Smoke Break just getting enveloped by Yodi Gang here. Ekrum's got to be careful. You've got an Odin right behind you, but a great polymorph has saved Odin for a little bit. But Merca on the flip side of the fight has cleaned up a kill onto Silenced. So both the initiators splitting up the team fight, but it's only Yodi Gang who have enough damage. Silenced drops to 1 and 4 on the Ymir. This is the third Fury of the game. Each team have one. Couple ultimates let fly in this previous skirmish, but still a few stand. Speaking of standing, Seagull standing strong. Looks like we'll divide out Yodi Gang with just 1 kill. Able to clean up the Fury for themselves and bring back a little bit of that gold.
And I think that this is the biggest difference for me, Dave, has been these rotations that Benko has not been able to match. I mean, Seagull teleports over, Benko says, I'm chilling. Seagull teleports over, Benko says, I'm chilling. This time, that's a gank into a kill. Could have been worse, but Ekrom had some backup from the squad, so it doesn't end up falling there. But this Chalk is 0-4, just needs to sit back and play the farm game. We could be looking. I said Smoke Break might look at a 15-minute Fire Giant. It might even be Yodi Gang, just considering the fact that they have double Sunder and have had the pressure across the map. But either way, it's not as if these, 1 or 2 rotations that Benko can't match is going to ruin. But there you go.
You were on
Here
it.
It is.
You're on it. You were 45 seconds late, Trelly, but I'm still going to give you the benefit of the doubt here. It's a 16-minute Fire Giant pull by Smoke Break. They grab it. Wow, simply, easy, no pushback. Deathwalker, Benko's just chilling over in solo. Yeah, nothing's going on. We're hanging out. Yodi Gang, they're back. They're farming up. They get the Queen Naga on the other side. Great. But it's FG at 16 minutes for Smoke Break. And I agree, Troy. I mean, I posed you a question about, like, would you be happy if you're Yodi Gang, you're down by 1,000, whatever. You made a really good point. You're like, yeah, I guess if you didn't have any kills, but to be up 12-5 in kills and still down nearly 2,000 gold and now a Fire Giant, like, great as far as the rosters are constructed. Yeah, we haven't fallen completely far behind, but you'd rather be way ahead given the amount of kills that you. That's a great point that you make there. And giving up a 15-16-minute Fire Giant's got to feel even just a little bit worse. That's built up that lead right back for Smoke Break. But they've got to clean up these team fights. Seems like they being Smoke Break have just been out-rotated a couple of times. And both teams now, Trelly, with a different mindset on their rotation. Johnny is in trouble as 5 members of Yodi Gang bear down on the solo lane side of the map. 3 members of Smoke Break in the meantime working towards the tier 2 over in duo.
And that's the thing. Smoke Break has been objective-minded, go for the structures. for the entirety of this game, all off the back of Angry on this Soul, this one of the best tower shredders or objective shredders you could really find. Johnny just trying to stop backs.
Yeah, stop 2 backs really with this one. Gets the Ragnarok onto Ollie. Merca sticks around, cancels the back to throw out an auto attack. So a tier 2. I think there was only just that 1 tower over in duo. So the tier 2 cleaned up by Smoke Break.
We got a gank.
Opened up a Phoenix.
Oh
yeah, Smoke Break. They've wrapped around behind Yodi Gang. This has happened to Smoke Break. And now they're trying to do it. The airstrike is going to land right by Benko. And there's plenty of damage from E-Chrome to open up the killing. Seagull's got to drop the cage and scurry on out. And it's a tier 2, a teleport, and a kill over by the Fury Pit for Smoke Break. Suddenly now, Trelly, there's some traction underneath the tires. We were spinning out for a minute. And Smoke Break have really started to make some headway and get some mileage here in this best of 1.
Yep, and they're not going to stop. I mean, this was the idea from the start, and it seems to be working out just fine. Seagull's going to attempt to defend this tier 2 tower, but it is falling quickly, and it's already dropped. I didn't hate that play from Johnny to stop the backs just in case right Phoenix was a possibility, but it seems like that was not the case. Left bird, though, could be exactly what they're looking for. Angry positioning aggressively. He wants to get this Phoenix immediately and then look for a fight after.
Let's see how this team fight goes, because of the couple of games of Smite 2 that we've been lucky enough to watch, these moments essentially have ended the game in the handful that we've watched. Although you and I had one crazy Titan Phoenix back and forth a couple weekends ago, but today we've seen a fight under a Phoenix just turn into GG. Smoke Break have the ability to do so. Both teams almost fully stocked up on ultimates. Merca just waiting for that airstrike to come back. Relics looking good for both teams as well. In the back line goes Deathwalker. Merc found the killer. Chrome. What's happened here? Smoke Break falling apart at the seams underneath the opposing team's Phoenix. Angry has pulled back 1. That's great. But Merca's got 2 in the meantime. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Smoke Break may still have a little bit more, and it's a Phoenix on left, ultimately, that gets taken down, despite the start of the fight not being clean.
Yeah, that was a great CC chain. I mean, Renegon just had a beautiful CC chain. Right when you see your teammate go in, Ollie said, hey, I got you. They don't have beads. Make sure you open the gate. And that's exactly what happens. Pulls back 2, ends up killing 1. Unfortunately, you didn't kill Angry. Yeah, and you didn't kill Johnny. Those are the guys that are the big damage dealers. Those are the guys that had the CC. And those are the guys that are going to get the left side Phoenix and the Gold Fury food. But, okay, Yodi Gang are setting up towards Fire Giant. I've been meaning to make this point. It takes a while to get a moment to talk, considering how much is going on across the map here. But the reason these sneaky Fire Giant calls, the reason these Gold Furies can be looked at, the reason that Yodi Gang can hide in the enemy blue buff and set up an ambush is because wards are so devalued in our current meta. They don't last long enough.
This is my time to shine, baby.
Yeah, no one. Yeah, I believe Mike called them like bad economy or something. I forget the exact quote, but you're just wasting gold is the mindset. 1 or 2 wards from your support. That's about it. That's all we're seeing, which means you got to face check just about everything. I love this call from Yodi Gang, but Benko is aware, unfortunately. Or was he? He missed.
I don't know how much he connected on with that. Yeah. Well, now he knows for sure. Sent his ultimate flying, but
what?
Benko's dying. Wow, Yodi Gang. They've got an opening kill onto Deathwalker, and then a leap in, a leap out. Everyone left running from Smoke Break. Seagull melted by Angry. The reinitiation from E-Chrome, who's dashed into Yodi Gang, has actually flipped around a lot of damage. Oh, from Silence. It's locked off Merca, and they've gotten a kill onto the Jingwei. Ollie never makes it to the sky. The initiation started by Yodi Gang, finished by Smoke Break. Renegin tossed to the wayside. And how about that turnaround? 4 for 1. Deathwalker takes it every day of the week.
And that's the thing. I mean, Benko clearly knew someone was in that grass, walked up anyway, said, my squad is here. And it just didn't matter. Even if Yodi Gang is getting these beautiful picks, you're not killing the damage dealers. You're not killing the guys that are going to be winning the fight for Smoke Break. And because of that, Angry goes Demon Blade into the Executioner, has some plenty of pen online. Johnny picked up a Shifter Shield and a Serrated Edge and has plenty of damage as well as survivability. I mean, you can keep killing E-Chrome, you can keep killing Benko, you can keep killing Silence, but there is still more damage to be had. on the side of Smoke Break, and they are not fearful. They are walking forward without a care in the world. Seems like tier 2 tower and right side Phoenix are going to be the targets here, but they play it smart. Smoke Break's not going to go in without the rest of their squad. It'll be a bit of a delayed push, but yeah, I'm thinking tower definitely drops. With Raze clearing out fire minions on left, you have some time. But Dave, I want you to check out Benko's build. Heartseeker, Gemma Focus, Soul Reaver on the chalk. This is going to be,
I don't know what's going on anymore. Like
this is going to be a hard-hitting storm call. This is going to be a hard-hitting ability if Benko's able to use this onto the carries.
I had 5 years of Smite 1 to finally learn stuff, and right when I'm getting the hang of it, we flip it all upside down. Benko chunked a good bit of damage away from Yodi Gang, and look at them scurry back to the fountain. You need all the healing you can get. 3 Phoenixes down, though the one on left soon to respawn. The Smoke Break might play this one smart. 23 minutes. We had a breakneck pace at the start, a lull in the middle, and now we have ignited once again. Benko's found the back line, and Yodi Gang has no chance. Johnny will chase down one more. Angry's got a couple. Johnny's got one himself, and it's a win for Smoke Break here. And they'll send Yodi Gang packing.
Yeah, beautiful pull into the well just to do a little bit of extra damage, but Angry is just going to be farming as much as possible. And this is unfortunately what we sort of foreshadowed at like 3 minutes, despite the fact that Yodi Gang played a fantastic game around some of these objectives and a fantastic game just around these picks. The farm game around the map was always a struggle. The second that I saw the way that Angry was building, I was like, oh, they're just going to rush Fire Giant and try and snowball. Like that was immediate, but what was the answer? Merca didn't have the damage to try and combat it. The Deathbringer just barely came online. Raze was doing a good job, but it didn't seem like even with that initiation, they were able to kill the true carries of Smoke Break, and that became the growing issue.
Yep, Raze, Billy, our producer, helped let us know that French Emperor, if anyone remembers that name, is Raze, and so certainly some competitive history from that player as well. I remember casting French Emperor plenty in Smite 1, and Raze was one of the shining lights from this game here, from Yodi Gang. And so unfortunately, Yodi Gang's tournament today is over. But this is the beauty of starting Smite 2. We've got all of this data from Smite 1. And now from every match from here on out, this is all Smite 2 specific history that we're going to tap back on. Talk about Smoke Break against Yodi Gang. Yodi Gang certainly can scrap and fight, unfortunately fall short. The next time we see this team, we're going to be able to talk about their Smite 2 competitive history, which is just such a cool thing. But I think to talk about Smoke Break a little bit here, Trelly, we do have to look back at Smite 1. This is a vintage Smite 1 win in Smite 2 for Smoke Break, the style of game that they like. Maybe start a bit slow in the kill department, but you're just out farming your opponent.
Right.
And then you blow the doors off later on in the game. This is what you come to expect from this team. And I think if we were to append one more team on that teams to watch in EMEA, Smoke Break would have been my choice.
Right. And I think if you're watching this game and you're sort of wondering what the takeaway is as a viewer, vision, very important. I'm saying like actual ward vision. I'm saying like walking up and just face checking objectives. Dave, you got to keep your eyes open. You got to keep that vision up. And you can't let these gold fairies just sneak away from you. Those are two things that I really want to highlight, as well as, again, side camps. Gold here, gold here. Looks like a treasure chest on the map. Some people have said it looks like a camera. I disagree, but each their own. Those are also extremely important to keep on top of. Almost as important as your buff spawn. Like when the jungler comes over and takes your first buff and then takes the second buff and then takes the third buff.
Oh yeah.
Like that starts to get super oppressing and you get annoyed. But when you let someone take the gold camp, because it's not a buff you can pick up, you don't feel like it's as impactful. Trust me, it is, and it adds up. That's the reason Smoke Break was not stressed in the slightest. After falling down a couple kills, because the gold was never in question. And also, Johnny and Angry were popping off. There's a lot of good things to look at there, but make sure you're keeping track of those spawns.
That's right. And Johnny was under a lot of pressure there. So to have a KDA like he had by the end of this game a great look. Oh, that is a nice, clean
Love it.
bracket. That feels so good. You know, in times where we've had to tune in, it's like, well, there's still one in the round of 32. Oh, we got a few more in the round of 16. We are clean slate into the quarterfinals here today. Remember, quarterfinals, best of one, semifinals, and finals, at least according to the bracket, best of three. So we'll have some longer matchups later on in the day. Semis are best of one. So excuse me, semis best of one. Finals will be best of three. So I think some really good matchups to look forward to here, Trelly. The Giovanni Giorgio team that we keep talking about. They're going to play in one of our quarterfinal matchups. The Smoke Break team, a really, really solid looking squad. And obviously some of the early matches, the excitement is, okay, let's see how some of the new talent is. This is an open sign up. Let's see how these teams are going to perform. Obviously we can only glimpse at so many of these games. Now we're starting to whittle it down to not only maybe the favorites to win today, but Trelly, maybe some favorites to go to Vegas and chances to win that tournament as well.
I mean, only time will tell, Dave. We're getting to see the very first looks of it, but I mean, it's incredible to watch. And the fact that that's what we're leading up to just makes it all the more exciting.
That's right. SMITE 2. It's officially started. A couple of games in the books. Quarterfinals just around the corner. Trelly and I are going to take a quick breather. Malum and Gormizer will join you right after the break.
Hello, welcome back in for more of the SMITE 2 Founder Series EMEA, getting things started. That graphic was sick. My name is Mal. I'm joined by Gormizer. Gore, the games we've seen today, out of the gate, the amount of energy these teams have had, the amount of fighting, the amount of chaos, it's been like the picture perfect start to some SMITE 2.
Yeah, I'm really excited to continue to break, especially because one of the matchups that we have, and actually all of the matchups, right? Because at this point, we're so far into the tournament, you're bound to just get nothing but bangers. They're all going to be really good. I'm really excited to see what they have to offer.
Yeah, it's been the epitome of SMITE 2, that chaos, that excitement, and if you're trying to join that excitement and get yourself playing some SMITE 2, the best way to do that is through the Founders Edition of the game. $30 gets you started, but you might want to consider upgrading, because if you haven't seen them yet, those Ascension passes are really great per character. Lots of emotes, a lot of really funny stickers that I'm a big fan of. Plus, you get the shadow skins, you work towards more. It's really great. So consider upgrading to that Deluxe Founders Edition or that Ultimate Founders Edition should you get in. It's definitely worth it. Or shadow skins. Am I right? Shadow skins.
The shadow skins, you get Night Stalker Neath, the Fallen Zeus skin, which like already those should be enough. At least they were for me to be like, I need a better version. I need to upgrade. But it really cannot, like you mentioned the Ascension passes, but like that, the value that those bring really cannot be overstated, because like it is absolutely insane. Like you're getting a bunch of free diamonds, you're getting a ton of skin content, like you said, emotes, titles, trackers for your gods. Like there's so much packed in those, and to get them for 23 different gods is absolutely crazy.
And the best way to is upgrading. And what's cool is you can upgrade any time. And what's even better is if you do ! access in chat right now, you can get yourself into the base version of SMITE 2. Start playing, start getting into it, and then later on, grab your Founders Edition when you're ready, and then upgrade once you see how great those Ascension passes are and all the extra goodies you can get alongside of it. So once again, ! access right now in the Twitch chat to get that popped up, and you can see the secret code as well. But with that, I think we got gameplay, Gore. We're hopping right into an active game, because the best part about how big this bracket has been, we saw the huge bracket earlier, round of 32, is games are going at all times. And one team that was a team to watch was this adapting Nika, Vape Coast, Kha'Zix, Dardes roster. And Mockingbird look like they're definitely in a fight right now, trying to hang on.
Yeah, this was a team that I was actually really excited to tune in with to see what they had to offer, because there's a lot of names on both sides, right? Mockingbird, look down at the bottom immediately, you can see iRaffer, right? But a lot of other players who have been around the scene, whether that goes all the way up to specifically SPL level in the past, or, some of those challenger level players, a lot of big names that were going up against each other. And when we had heard about this, it was 4-1, sounded relatively close. Now the fact that it's 9-1, you've got a 14,000 gold lead, like just looking at the quick updates as you jump into a 14-minute game, right? It definitely seems like, maybe as expected, the team, Giovanni here is really finding a lot more control. And it's really always interesting to watch, especially when you look at the stacking items. Those have been incredibly popular so far lately. A lot more finished on the left side, a lot more damage that's going to be available to them. And so maybe just the dangers. And now looking at the grouping they have, I mean, it's going to be a difficult task to tackle, especially when Adapting's getting solo kills on the left side anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say Adapting continues to be on a rampage so far throughout the beginning of SMITE 2 and its esports. Earlier on today, I saw an Adapting Thanatos 13-0 game, and it looks like he hasn't missed a step so far. Ymir, yeah, tough time. There was definitely an effort put in from Father Tom to stay alive. So Mockingbird down another member, 11-1 now, coming up on 15.5 minutes of this best of one. 2 of the 3 Gold Furies have been taken so far for Ancient Fury to spawn. And Giovanni look like they're going to bide their time, waiting for that 3rd Gold Fury to grab up a Fire Giant at 15 minutes. No easy task. iRaffer certainly not going to let it be easy, is lurking for a potential steal, but it's not going to be an easy steal either, Raffer. And already caught out and should just be brought down. Bacchus, time to flop this away. Oh, it's tough times.
Yeah, there's only so much running away you can do, right? Like, once your cooldowns are down, That's really, it's always so interesting to me when you get to jump into a game at a state like this, mainly because there's so much information available to you, right? Like you had already mentioned the fact that we've seen a couple of Gold Furies go one way. Now we have the Fire Giant going one way. So some control for Giovanni. They've got the kill lead. They've got the gold lead. They've got so much pressure exerted on the map. And then being able to look down, when you're looking at builds, my favorite thing, and this was something we were looking at carefully, I think in the, I guess I'm going to call it the 24/7 launch tournament, a couple weeks ago. Also during the alpha weekends, items were changing a lot in that time period. Gods were changing a little bit in that time period. People were being added, things like that. And so there was this question of like, what is everybody going to figure out? Where are we going to end up? What's the best builds? Questions like that. And what I like to see is that we found some of those answers, like crit being pretty popular for a few gods. I think soul definitely being one of those, but also like this ability nuke that we've been seeing specifically for gods like Neith, which has been part of the reason that she is, I think, my most played god in Smite 2 right now, because I just like hitting my buttons.
And she blows people up.
And it's just so insane. Go watch, check out youtube.com/SmitePro. Watch This Week in Smite 2 for this week. And I had one clip that was a guy, like, he did like 1,400 damage with a Neith ult. And it's like, that's just absolutely insane. And that's what I wanted to see coming into this week specifically, is how much people have figured out, right, over 2 weeks of play. Because there's a patch Tuesday. Things are going to change a little bit, at least, going into next week. But, like, knowing that you've had a little bit of time to kind of solve this puzzle, I'm pretty scared of what I'm seeing on the left side right now, especially with the 12-1 scoreline.
Well, you heard it. Keep your eyes on the Neith and the amount of damage that can come across. A lot of intelligence, a lot of damage. This time from Vape Coast and Iraffer. Couldn't even see the fight happen. Coast will fall, though, to Hawks. So Hecate continues to be a strong character, even on the back foot. Jing Wei needs to be on the back foot herself. Stepped up too far. Will lose a relic, but dash away. That left Phoenix continues to be sieged. But Mockingbird at least have bought themselves a moment to breathe, but now with adapting, potentially joining the fight, it's only gonna get worse. And into the Phoenix they step. And Giovanni, they're already in, and it should go down. A nice Ymir wall will block it off and slow it down, though.
It's one of those things, losing that soul actually important for defending this, mainly because Giovanni lose a lot of the DPS they're going to have on the Phoenix, right? You're going to get a good amount from the Neith. You have a little bit, but like you said, you throw up that Ymir wall, suddenly you're blocking the ranged autos. For everybody else, it's a much heavier commit. You have to walk way further in, be much more in Mockingbird's defensive zone. And it's just going to be uncomfortable if you try to commit that far, especially for a 4v5 while you're sieging. The Fire Giant can help out a lot. It can't make up for one person completely. And so you manage to defend it. If you're Mockingbird, you keep it at half health. It might not be the end-all be-all. You're definitely still on the back foot. But with all three birds still standing, that's a good first step in the right direction.
You need a lot of steps in those directions, though. Gore. It's kind of an...
You're going to have to start sprinting maybe soon.
Yeah, it's sprinting, hiking gear out for the mountain you're going to be climbing. It's definitely dire straits for Mockingbird, but one of the better things is, should you survive enough of an onslaught, there are some mechanics that, I don't want to say a catch-up mechanic, but it really does help, like that Ancient Fury. Because there's 3 Gold Furies gone that Giorgio has gotten. The next one will be Ancient. If you can steal that away, if you're Mockingbird, you could shut down structures. That can help a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to slow that down, and like you said, if you're looking for gold, you can get a little bit in your pockets from the structures, but realistically, I don't know, the hard part right now is really going up against specifically how far ahead Giovanni is. So it's one of those things where you can get a lot of gold, you can try to catch up, but because they've already spent that money, because they already have a lot of those power spikes, you're trailing behind. I mean, I'm looking at tier 3s, I think, in every single role, right, across the board. And the fact that you're having to deal with that, you need picks like this. You need to find someone isolated.
Adapting, very isolated, very, very dead. A big shutdown kill going to Spudio, but unfortunately won't be around long to celebrate getting that pickup, as Dardes will send over an ultimate to help out Nika. I mean, still big, though, Gore. A lot of shutdown gold from Adapting, who it was 6-0 to that point, and it going to your Jing is needed. But this Ancient Fury, we talked about it potentially for Mockingbird, but this is going to cause some problems.
It's one of those things that when you are unable to step forward for even the neutral objectives, Oh man, it just gets rough, right? So you losing the Gold Fury, that's kind of how you get in the hole first and foremost. But losing the Ancient Fury, it's not as big a deal. I don't even know if I can say it and sound convinced, man. It's a big deal because while for Mockingbird it would give probably a lot more pressure across the map, right? Because now you're not just talking about Phoenixes, you're talking about all those towers, as we had mentioned. It's a lot more gold for you. It's a lot more pressure that you can exude. It's a great way to get back into the game. It also, now that it's on the other side, makes your defense so much harder because you don't have the sixth man in the map playing for you anymore. You don't have a little bit of extra damage firing back and fighting back against Giovanni. You're going to have to play maybe a little more aggressively, a little more outside of your comfort zone to make sure that the fight is taken to Giovanni.
Oh boy, Raffer jumped in a little bit late for the steal, but just in time to see the world in black and white. So 15th kill for Giovanni, and with Fire Giant and an Ancient Fury, it's time to step up and potentially siege what could be the final siege.
I am absolutely terrified for anyone who stands in front of Coast and anyone who stands in front of Dardev, because I feel like at this point in their builds with the items they have, specifically Deathbringer and the Rod of Tahuti getting finished, I don't think there's a lot of survivability that's going to be left for a majority, and you can see that in the positioning of Mockingbird. I mean, look how far back they are. They can't really do anything to protect these Phoenixes.
Adapting did get brought back by Hawk, but was okay. A lot of damage going to find the way of Ducky, aka Father Tom, on that Ymir. Left side Phoenix down, and it looks like Giovanni are playing the slow and surgical game, grabbing two Phoenixes and stepping out, not forcing the issue despite their gigantic lead.
Now, this is where the spin factor of casting comes into it, because if you think about it, the good thing about Mockingbird being so far behind is they have much shorter respawn timers right now, specifically for Raffer. You die in the Fire Giant pit, already back, able to try and mount a defense over here. And that's going to be, I mean, maybe the strongest spot you have, again, around the Phoenix. It's a nice wide open area in your favor. The downside is because mid-Phoenix is already down, you can get this kind of loop around from your Odin, from Nika, who can just step up and cause a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble, and we'll see how that goes down as that siege does continue, but looks like we actually won't get to see how that siege goes down, but I think it's pretty safe to say it's going to be a strong siege coming out from the side of Giovanni. I mean, you've got Fire Giant, you've got everybody at the Phoenix line. The Phoenix isn't shooting, and your soul was doing numbers. So I would imagine dire straits here soon for the side of Mockingbird, if they can even survive on that siege core. Because I mean, how much it's so funny. I think we're both really scratching.
Hey,
we were trying to scratch and see what happened, but look, looks like we had the perfect layout of how it would go
I'm gonna be honest, I was trying to figure out how to make it sound like it would last long enough that we'd be able to get. I honestly thought it was gonna end before we could get back into the game. I was trying to figure out, like, all right, so what can I say for Mockingbird? And it's one of those things that realistically, we didn't get to see much of how the early game went, but, you know, you're looking at some slash lines. The front line definitely seemed like it was struggling. The jungle, I'm looking at Adapting, who's 9-1. Coast is 7-1. And then the other side, I see an 0-5 and 0-4. And so you can definitely see where some of those issues, I think, started to arise. And the thing right now, again, is some of these teams, you know, they've definitely figured out how to play the map incredibly well. And so they know how to take that lead and push it as far as they absolutely can. And, you know, there's definitely discussions about that and things that we're seeing in upcoming patches, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But realistically, right now, they figured out the formula and they played it to a T.
And now it feels like it's time for, you know, Dolson earlier was talking about, will there be that new generation, or will it be the old guard continuously, you know, big brother, hand on the head of the little brother, you can't reach me quite yet. What will it be? So far, it's been a bit of that, and a lot of it feels just from the team play in general. It feels like it's the old guard players, even the ones who we haven't necessarily seen recently in SPL, but just have a lot of experience in the competitive scene in general, even if it was older experience, are just performing a little better. But the ones who have played recently are just, it's something about the synergy and something about the way they play the map as a team that feels a few leagues ahead still.
I know we had this discussion, you know, throughout Smite 1 quite a few times where, we discussed like the season 2 teams for Smite 1 versus like a season 10 team. the best season 2 team would still probably get absolutely smashed because they just didn't know how to play the map as well. The knowledge base of Smite has as a collective and as a community gotten incredible, like much better. And so there's a little bit of questions of mechanics right now. And I wouldn't be surprised. First couple of weeks, maybe give it to the guys who mechanics are mostly the same, playing the map is mostly, you know, at least similar. But as we go on over the weeks, like I'm excited to see a lot of these teams that are consistent with it, because I think they are going to be the teams that learn a little bit more and again maybe have a fresher take, have a fresher mentality. I will not be surprised if some of these teams that are strong right now maybe stop looking as good in, you know, weeks 6, 7, 8, 9 of this 12-week competition.
Well, one team that looked pretty good earlier was Smoke Break. We're going to continue to follow them through the bracket and check them out versus Bills Goons. And we're pretty early in still. 6.5 minutes, 2-6 reads the kill tally. A decent gold lead for Bills Goons, but nothing too insane for sure. 2 kills for Echrome and 2 for Bill are certainly the two things that jump out at me the quickest. Bacchus, in particular, Gore, has just been kind of surreal to start out Smite 2.
Yeah, Bacchus is good. And I think that's the polite way I can say it. He's just really good right now. As it turns out, again, it's the fact that he's, you know, able to scale so well off his own itemization so that he does a lot of damage while being able to build his own tankiness up. And then a lot of the other stuff that he brings to the table, like he's got CC in the form of a knockup, he's got CC in the form of a conditional stun, but a stun nonetheless.
Well, there's the knockup, but a really good ultimate from Angry to dissuade the whole situation and probably save a death for themselves. That was a really nice use of that ultimate. We've seen a lot of really good through the gates so far from Hekate's in the tournament just overall today. And it really is showing how strong, not just that ultimate, but that character can be.
Yeah, I know Charlie had said most fun Smite God ever. And admittedly, it's a tough argument to go against realistically. Like, you might be able to find some, and of course, that's all going to be subjective. Chad, I understand where you're at. I know what's coming up. But she's real fun. And as it turns out, her ult is insanely fun. For moments like that, I mean, a fight in the jungle that suddenly turns into a fight under the tower, you know, potentially saving some of your teammates, at least maybe causing some more damage. It really opens up different opportunities.
Supernova on Ice Silence. A stun will hit 2, and the jump from another will secure it. Smoke Break do get the Queen Naga buff, but they are forced to walk away after the fact. Queen Naga buff, Gore, an incredibly strong buff. What it brings to the table, though, is something a bit more unique.
Realistically, and there's a lot that you can use it for. Maybe I'll hold that thought, depending on what Echrome can do under the tower. You've got the tower to help you out. But how much damage can you do alone? I mean, Jingwei has also been at the top of the list and still goes down. But you've set up your team, maybe at least for one turnaround kill on the Susano. Nothing too crazy, though. It's the tankiness of the, I guess, the creatures you can spawn. You know, when you get the buff, you get these 2 little guys.
2 little guys.
And these 2 little guys, for everything that they can provide for you, the thing that I found them most helpful for is objectives, because all of a sudden nobody on your team, specifically, you know, if you're going for like a Gold Fury, right, nobody on your team has to eat that damage up front. You can leave it to them to tank. They are surprisingly tanky as well, so like they kill for a long time. You can burn a Gold Fury down, still be full health, force the other team into an awkward objective, because at least in a normal fight you have that extra damage to lean on and really feel a little more confident in. You just don't get that anymore, and that lockdown or that little assistance goes such a long way, and it's a nice little boost of gold, stuff like that you're going to get from killing the camp, so it's a big objective to pick up.
Johnny taking a lot of damage, does get stunned as well, which causes a hit from the ultimate from Bacchus. So Johnny has to reposition. Ymir in trouble in the meantime. Odin diving in and chasing to the tower where Angry's lying in wait. Will Angry be able to provide any assistance for Ice Silence? Doesn't seem so. Bill will get that kill. And Johnny sees that as a pretty decent signal to get out of dodge and retreat away. So 9th kill in total for Bill's Goons and the Goon squad, heading over to Duo as well. So Echrome might be needing to use that ultimate here soon to get away. Sees Odin, gets stunned down. Everybody else is here. There's the airstrike to get away. Now it's just time to try and secure your buffs.
Sometimes the hardest thing in the game is to secure your own buffs, honestly.
Are you a madman when someone's in your jungle taking your buff on cooldown too?
Well,
that's the one thing that gets me.
If it is any estimation from all the games I played, most of the time it's my own jungler taking my buffs. I will often watch them run around with 2 to 3 belts.
Yeah, I heard Lermy yelling at you about that, saying those are my buffs.
Yeah, as it turns out, I'm not allowed to have anything good ever. And Lermy is the sole source. It's the sole source of where my jungle farm goes. No, it is. I will say it is a very. I mean, it's the easiest button to press to get somebody into a bad mood is to steal their jungle buffs, and you can feel that even more so when you're starting to lose out on the farm.
Silence least favorite button is currently 4 from Bill's Goons, but Benko starting to turn things around on that Bologna. Good Deathwalker gank will easily help you out if you are Smoke Break, and they're going to find 2 in response for losing their 1. But a soul rotation, is that enough from Zara? The pull back through the gates to the gray screen. Another for E-Chrome as well. Klino on the Mordred runs into Johnny. Jetstream to get away, and a lot of green on the other side of the wall should be enough to force Klino to not chase any further, and that is the case. So a really nice turnaround and a really great rotation from Deathwalker helps Smokebreak get some more kills on the board.
The damage, and very specifically the ult from Angry, incredibly helpful there. Again, you lose 1, and it doesn't feel great. Rotation in from Benko immediately opens up a conversation, right? You're getting heavy hammers, you're getting extra damage, you're getting some CC. That all of a sudden makes it a lot simpler and a lot easier for your team to just run forward at them. Add into the fact that you have just, again, such a beautiful pullback to guarantee a kill away from the tower. It was a really good group play, really good rotation, and a good wherewithal to make sure that you have that fight. Meanwhile, you know, Johnny almost dies, doesn't die though, and the important thing about it is keeps the Mordred distracted while the rest of the team is getting active in mid. So you open up a lot of opportunity. And what was feeling pretty bad, I mean, at least in terms of kills, now for Smoke Break, you're in a much more comfortable spot, only down by 4, and admittedly kills don't even mean everything. It's what you do immediately after the fact, and they were quick to go into the jungle, quick to take down anything and everything they could find, apply pressure on these lanes, and for people like Deathwalker, you just straight up go back to your own lane, start going back to work, go back to business, and you get to open up this opportunity for players like Silenced to just step forward, continue trying to apply that pressure, continue trying to make sure that Bill's Goons don't find their footing again, so they can't really find a counterpunch.
It's a little under 10 minutes since we joined in, but one thing that's been a common theme today is a lot of teams are staying ahead in gold, as Smoke Break are, while being behind in kills. So Gore talked earlier, kind of when we were in between games, about map state and how experienced teams are really smart with what they're doing on the map and when. And we're seeing that here from Smoke Break, and it's making a big difference. And Bill's Goons, well, not behind significantly, in about a 4K swing in that 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, and realistically, that it sounds like not a lot, right? When you take 4K, you spread it across a team, it makes it even less overall, but realistically, that's massive. That's such a big swing to be able to pick back up, especially when you start to consider in things like that. E-Chrome taking down a tier 1 on the left lane, it opens up opportunity that you didn't have before. Now you're able to go for a Gold Fury, things like this. And again, those little guys who are out there tanking for you, it just makes it so much easier for you. If you're looking at Smoke Break, I mean, this was an essential in a beautiful way to fight back from a deficit, and kind of goes to show that while we've seen teams, and look at the game that we looked at just before jumping into this, sometimes there's a team that can get ahead and they can press that to the limit. They can force you into the most awkward, uncomfortable gold deficit that you've ever experienced in a game, and there's nothing you can really do to fight. You just kind of slowly watch it slip through your hands. And then there's moments like this where there wasn't an ironclad grip, and now it's the other guys that are going for the Fire Giant.
Another 15-minute Fire Giant we are seeing, and Smoke Break are the ones claiming first. Ymir Wall to slow down Bill's Goons. They're looking for any opening. They will have a chance. Going to be a close call, but it goes to Smoke Break. And is there a retreat from Bill's Goons? And Odin Wall will separate and be enough Do the Gates will have anybody? No, will not. A really good response ultimate there from Klino. If that ultimate had not been used, that Mordred would be good as dead. But damage is done. A Fire Giant is around the belts of Smoke Break, and it's not even 16 minutes.
And the buff that you get from a Fire Giant, I mean, the just absolute devastation I expect Smoke Break to have on the map here. We were looking at a pretty decent map state overall for both of these teams. And maybe a nice little 1v1. Johnny might have to be careful here.
Very, very careful, perhaps. But mid lane, who's got to be careful when E-Chrome's doing big crits? Watch for those as well. Silence is just caught behind everybody, and all of that damage is close by, but it's not being dropped on the head of Bill's Goons. Finally, some comes out, and they do back away. That 1v1 did not result in a kill. Johnny did kind of let go and not want to fight the soul too much. Not a lot of itemization on for the soul, but it is still a soul and still hidden numbies, especially with that passive going. So probably a wise call there from Johnny. Benko in a bit of a fight with Klino under the tower, but Bologna, one thing she's good at, Smite 2 currently, Gore, is just being able to stand in your face and tank some shots.
Yes. Okay, look, I love Bologna before, and in Smite 1, Smite 2 Bologna is just somehow feels better, feels smoother, feels cleaner. And when you look at it,
a little overshadowed.
A little overshadowed. Well, realistically, it's look, I'm looking at Hecate and Mordred that are in this game, right? You've got a lot. I will admit, Neath, like I said earlier, the ability nuke build is real fun. But the fact that you can go for this kind of bruiser style build, you can find this little hybrid, and when you're looking at it and you see the Shogun's Kusari, you have something that is now enhancing everybody around you. And well, specifically, it's going to be helping out your attack speed carries, and that's going to include yourself because you're going to be hitting hard. But now your Jingwei and your Susanoo are hitting a little harder, a little faster. That's going to be, I think, the big key for it. And I'm really excited to see it because so far Deathwalker, like outside of that one big rotation, hasn't really been involved with the team. Last time, was split pushing on right while they were 3 in mid. And then, of course, we saw Johnny over in left who was getting knocked out by the Soul. So we haven't really gotten to see what this grouping is going to look like outside of that one moment. And I feel like once that gets included, E-Chrome specifically is going to become a much bigger power hitter just by proxy of having the Bologna nearby.
Whew. Just like that. Look at the damage. Onto the Odin even, who's tanky. On the Mordred too. Yeah, you better run away. Get out of here. E-Chrome will blow you up. I think Bill's Goons know the same thing. Other another. Not as safe either. It's a split. The team of Bill's Goons have no opening, and the Odin's just trying to get away. A flop away from Bill. He'll be all right. So Smoke Break, they do damage and essentially fire warning shots in the jungle of Bill's Goons.
Sometimes you just gotta let them know, right? You keep them scared, let them know that this is our territory now. And it's, I like to use this as a reference, but like the line of scrimmage has just shifted up so dramatically for Bill's Goons. You're pushed back into your own territory, you're defending against your Phoenix. There's still Fire Giant on the other side.
Big ultimate down, at least, on the mid laner of Smoke Break for Bill's Goons. Nobody got caught in that Hecate ultimate. That could have been damaging. They do lose their solo Phoenix, and a dash forward from E-Chrome, and the damage begins. The crits don't quite ring true. So an airstrike away, and a disengage comes out from the Jingwei. But that danger is clearly persisting, and not just the gust. I mean, that Jingwei, it feels like we're calm before the storm of her just blowing everybody on Bill's Goons up.
Yeah, we're trying to get, I think, just a little more crit rate. I'm looking for the next item, I think, for E-Chrome. And that is going to be the shift from, oh, okay, so Jingwei's good, to, oh, Jingwei's, like, deadly. This Jingwei is murdering us.
Look how many levels ahead.
Yeah, so you've already got this massive lead, and realistically, over every carry on the other side. 3 at the minimum if you're taking it just to the soul directly, let alone the 4 over Aim Blue. But you've got the hastened Fatalis, right, to keep you aggressive. You've got the Musashi's dual swords, which I've been working and training my brain to recognize as a different name than what I remember it as. And so you're really going to be just absolutely smacking. But I think it's the next item, right? And presumably you're going for more crit, and it is, in fact, the Deathbringer, which is what I was going to get to. So now, not only are you chasing people down easily, you're already critting pretty highly, you get more crit chance, and they're doing more damage. Like, now you have entered the deadly phase. Now, what I expect from E-Chrome the rest of this game is going to be more or less a showcase of why Jingwei is one of the top picks of Smite 2 right now.
Plus, with all the shots you can preload on Jingwei, you turn into a crossbow Gatling gun.
Mentioning that, oh my god!
Like, look at that! That's crazy. Fire Giant already down to half health. Smoke Break should have it for free. Looks like no contest will be risked at all from Bill's goons. There's a Mordred who's been spotted in the right side of the map by Angry. We'll see how much that chase causes a problem, and Ultimate will be committed. Probably wise from Kalino to get away. Oh no, aim blue! Oh, where'd it go? Johnny, that was mean!
Not much. Look, we were talking about one level deficit, level 20s coming online for Echrome and Deathwalker. Johnny is 19, Aim Blue is 16, and when you're looking at not even like the itemization or the damage numbers, that's just going to go badly for you no matter what. That level
my feelings a little
hard
bit.
To go against. And Angry, I mean, they might be able to get a little bit more done here. Yeah, the Odin doesn't have much room to work with.
Echrome with a crossbow bolt to the forehead there of Other Another to bring him down, and Bill's goons definitely on the back foot, definitely on the ropes. The Smoke Break is just, again, surgical outside of the Phoenix range. We saw this from Giovanni's side in the previous game we were taking a look at. It's that experience, and it's proving again. And Bill's goons, they're just got to be ready for anything to come at them, and by anything, we mean mountains of damage from Smoke Break.
It's been... I'm going to call it a little insurmountable. I mean, it does feel like it has just been relentless coming toward them. You still don't have your Odin for a little bit. That Phoenix, they were sieging it while there was a tower up and they couldn't damage it. Now they're stepping forward. You're able to get some damage onto Jingwei, but it just feels like the team can't do anything. A couple players getting yoinked away and isolated, whether it's from Angry, whether it's from Johnny. Somebody is making sure they're not with the rest of the team, and it's just making it so hard to defend.
If Echrome on the Jingwei is frontlining and you can't kill them, there might be a problem. Bill's goons have figured that out on the defense. They can't even do it. That's already 2 dead instantly, and there's the third. Kalino gone, a double kill for Echrome, and that's going to be the game. Smoke Break will take it 13-10 in a gold lead that ballooned and never stopped ballooning. A really impressive one coming out from Smoke Break.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I appreciate and I'm happy that we peeked in on the other one. Unfortunately, we didn't see the early game for this because I think that's where it seems like a lot of Bill's goons' success was. Yeah. Because when we jumped in, that fight in mid specifically, Deathwalker rotates over, they did a couple kills, Angry yoinks a dude out of the tower. Like, that fight was the turnaround. That fight was the thing that shifted this from, hey, you're just a little behind, it's not too bad just yet, to, all right, now you're not only in control, this game is yours. Like, the map is yours to play with. You can spread and take objectives. And from that point forward, it didn't ever really feel like we got to see Bill's goons in a full force. It felt like almost constantly someone was getting chunked down, usually by the Jingwei, sometimes by Johnny, or just pulled out of position, usually again by Johnny, sometimes by Angry, to the point where there wasn't really a lot you could do other than grit your teeth and try to push back, hope you could push back. But unfortunately for them, we just never really got to see that big moment for Bill's goons. We saw all the big moments, though, on the other side, and Smoke Break, I think, looking fantastic. And realistically, again, right, week 1, you're looking at the fact that you made it this far. If you get eliminated, that's a lot of points still, and you're looking to be top 16 in your region to be able to go into the Swiss stage. So this was, hands down, still a great spot to make it to. But if you're Smoke Break, you're super excited to continue pushing forward.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see what Smoke Break bring. But as you mentioned, Bill's goons, a lot of Smite 2 esports left for them to play, as there is more open bracket to be had. A lot of great changes with the Founder series so far, and we're seeing that because there's a lot of teams where we've, like Bill's goons, like you said, the early game clearly had a lot to it, and throughout the day today, there's been teams where it's, they need a little more time, but they've got something working, whether it's how they team fight, whether it's maybe a standout player. There's a lot of teams that I think with some time, some scrims, they'll be able to improve. But we've talked about the tournament today. Let's look at the bracket, see where we are so far and what's left to go. And you see semifinals is on the horizon with a couple of Titan-level matchups on the way to the grand finals. Best of one in the semifinals today. And Giovanni Giorgio, I mean, come on. it's hard not to expect that. They've sped run their way to the semifinals to face Team Risk. Where on the other side, Typhonic will face Smokebreak, who we've been following the majority of today.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, we talk about names that are familiar. I just went through and looked at the rosters. Names that are familiar are abundant in the top 4 teams here that we've seen in the past in competitive. And so
yeah, Typhonic's a throwback roster.
Yeah, that it's really going to be interesting to see how these teams match up against each other, and the fact that 2 of them are going to meet in the finals as well. Like there's no shortage of good Smite still to come, and that's not even including the fact that North America's tomorrow, not including the fact that we have a whole other week, and then a whole Swiss stage, and then a whole stage 3 and 4, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I don't know, man. I'm just really excited. A lot of the team, I was getting really hyped when I saw a lot of these teams like announcing their rosters for this weekend. And now getting to see them in action, it's actualizing and right in front of my eyes. I'm like a kid in a candy store.
I know. Most of our group chat just became us sending each other new rosters and saying like, oh, I'm so excited for this person to see how they grow. But that's been our reactions. And there's still a lot of gaming left to do today. We'll be right back here in Smite Game with semifinals. So don't go anywhere.
What's your name? And the fun we had is to blame. There was just no time for small talk. I was busy in your arms, love. Frustrated to this day. You're the one that got away, and you took my heart with you. Now I don't know what to do. Yeah, it was just one of those nights when it's better than in all the movies, perfectly aligned. I fell into you and you into me. Just one of those nights when you wake up after it's a dream, now it's just a memory. I've been waiting for your call ever since the summer. Waiting for your call. No, you know my number. Waiting for your call. Winter, summer, spring, or fall. I'll be waiting for your call. I'll be waiting for your call. I'll be waiting for your call.
Immortals have invaded my realm, and my children rebel against me. Dark days these are. But my strength shall bring resolution, and my lightning, illumination! Zeus!
Bellona.
Anubis!
Kukulkan.
Surtur!
Hello, welcome on back. We missed you, and we loved those Starforge PCs. If you're playing Smite 2, the best way to do that is on a Starforge PC system. I mean, Gore, I think you can vouch for this because you saw it with your own eyes. When I was in studio for the Content Creator Cup and that PC was sitting out, I sat there, watched the whole rotation, kind of gawking at it and trying to pick out my favorite one of the panels there. I think mine was Scylla, but I was just kind of obsessed with it.
Yeah. It is maybe one of the prettiest cases. And like, look, guys, when you buy a PC, it's very similar. I'm gonna equate it to buying a mattress anyway, because realistically, like you're gonna have your computer for several years, right? Like if you buy something, top end, you're going to be holding on to it. This case is one that you will
basically
be
a child
cherishing, for the entirety. Yeah, it might as well be, right? And you can get it pre-built. You can just get the case. They are, I mean, really, really phenomenal machines. And again, I get jealous of the one that I walk by every single time. My case is boring and has nothing cool on it. And that case is not only customizable, but it's cool. It's Smite themed and, of course, available to you now if you go get it.
See, I'm glad I'm not the only person who came home with a kind of a vendetta and a hatred for my own case after seeing the one in studio.
It was fine until I saw what it could be.
Yeah. So again, Starforge systems for those PCs. But we got semifinals now on the opening day of the Smite 2 Founder Series for EMEA. We're going to be checking out quite the matchup here. Take a look at the bracket. We're going to be following, starting off here, Giovanni Giorgio versus Team Risk. Which, I mean, Giovanni's Gore today, they've had quite a run. Adapting has seemingly leveled up with Smite 2 so far, if that was possible, kind of like Paul for the North American side. But Team Risk, not a team to really kind of be forgotten about. I'll let you take us through the roster for Team Risk.
Yeah, you got Streak Up Genetics, Theeks, who a lot of people might remember, I believe, as Big Man Tings, Lasbred, and Variety. So a lot, again, it's big names versus big names in this matchup. I am very excited to see it, especially, I think, the Hunter matchup. I think the duo lane as a whole, you have some very accomplished carries as well as some very accomplished support players. And so seeing what they're going to provide in that early game and how they're going to match up against each other is very interesting. I think the mid lane God matchup is going to be very interesting. And another thing that's going to be very interesting is this experiment that I want to run, which is very specifically, chat, for those of you who did not know, it's Anthony Malum's birthday. And my experiment is I want you to sing happy birthday in chat for Mr. Malamir.
I'll be so impressed if they pull that off.
If you can, I want someone to screenshot. If you can successfully get a happy birthday line, otherwise you can just wish a happy birthday. But if you can get the full song as different chatters, you'll blow both of us away. I'll make J-Mac tweet it on Smite Game.
You'll see me here in Picks and Bans just shaking my head in absolute shock if that can be pulled off. But thank you. Yep. A nice old 28 just in time for the Founder Series to get rolling. But, with this particular matchup, one thing I'm really excited about, Genetics and Streaka as a combination is something that was being talked about a lot on the Twitterverse, the Redditverse of wow, they're, that's seeing that back together. But Theeks so far, again, formerly known as Big Man Tings, has really performed sneaky well in the Alpha tournament so we've seen leading up to this for the most part, especially on Hecate. So keep an eye out for that for Team Risk. Sasano and Fenrir, the bans from both sides. So lots of big options open. The Jingwei, the Bacchus, high prio today so far, certainly. But I think Hecate will be up there, especially given how good and comfortable Theeks may be.
I am really excited to see, first off, actually, maybe I'm going to change that word to confused. I will say Odin has been pretty good. Definitely, and you're going to see a lot of different teams prioritize different things. But with Bacchus still available and Jingwei still available, I'll admit I'm surprised to see the Bacchus go as far down as he goes, just because of how prominent we've seen him in a lot of these other games. But this goes back to what I was trying to say, and I guess semi-successfully said during the last round, which is seeing what some of these teams have been able to do, specifically in finding a more solved puzzle of Smite 2, right? Knowing what their damage, what their style is, what kind of team comps they want to play, the CC, the lineups they want, like what they have locked in here, and what these teams have been able to do over the last couple of weeks is figure out a lot more of, like, again, itemization. Like, I'm terrified of what this Jingwei Neath duo is going to be able to do, admittedly in like 8 to 12 minutes, but realistically, no matter what, as long as they get to that point, which usually you do, that's a very frightening two damage dealers to be standing against.
It really is. And, one thing about the Bacchus that's been talked about a little bit, and I was expecting especially for North America, because we saw it in the previous tournament, as strong as Bacchus is, when you get matchups of two teams that have that experience and that sort of that tenure that we talked about earlier on in the day, it makes Bacchus feel a little less strong. He's a little bit on the pub stomping side in the current state of things. Still grabbed by Team Giovanni, but we'll see how effective he is at the blowing up side, and we'll see if he turns more into the Bacchus we're used to seeing, that full peel, blow you up type of support. But for Team Risk, so far, Norse theme with Ymir and Sol being locked in. Sol is just such a top performer right now, understandably so. But she seems to be the answer for Jingwei. If one team gets a Jingwei, you've got to try to lock down the Sol. Otherwise, you don't have as much of an answer.
My word is
and realistically, it's for a very similar reason, which is, well, Jingwei, we have talked about the fact that you can, what did you say, Gatling gun it? Which realistically,
the Gatling gun crossbow.
You get a lot of crit, and that's usually where her bread and butter are going to be. And that's where a lot of people have been building the Sol as well, is pretty heavy in the crit. She's got a lot of self-sustain. You've got self-immunity. You've got a pretty decent ult, as well as good burst on your abilities, even if you aren't focusing on making your abilities specifically burst. So I think she's going to be good in a matchup. Maybe, again, boxing matchup, it's going to be dependent more on cooldown and who's hitting what shots. But I do think that if you were finding both of them on one side, it would be very, very overwhelming in terms of the amount of crit damage that would be coming your way, that you just wouldn't want to deal with it. So I like the fact that they pick it up for Team Risk. I like their comp as a whole. I definitely think it's going to be interesting. Mordred has been someone I watch with rapt interest, just because of the fact that, well, brand new, right? Always fun to watch the newest thing. But realistically, I also feel like he can do a suspiciously sneaky amount of damage when built in certain ways, has a lot of decent CC, and when combined with things like the Hecate, with the soul damage that I expect a little later on, I think Team Risk have a very solid team fight waiting for them.
I really like Mordred if you go with that full tank even less bruiser, but just that full tank, I'm going to stand on you, run through my cooldowns 16 times with my forehead before you can even half health me. I think that's where Mordred stands out. But I do want to call attention to the Loki that was grabbed for Giovanni Giorgio, going to Adapting most likely, who was kind of in that very first Alpha Weekend tournament. Adapting made Loki seem so much better than I think anybody had anticipated Loki to be, because the big change was the invis reset on a kill, which awesome, but we weren't seeing it grabbed a lot. Adapting grabbed it, all of a sudden that same day, North America really started slamming the Loki. And on top of that, we've seen Soul Reaver and sort of proccing and health effects coming to fruition with Loki, because that decoy can just do so much damage late game. And you combine all those things with Adapting, who even for Adapting has been red hot, and you've got a recipe for success and a recipe for a lot of kills for Team Giovanni. So we'll see how that works out, though.
Yeah, that's been pretty much their massive pickup for him, right? Is Adapting. I mean, even the games, like, look, I'm going to give the credit where credit's due, because I think everybody else on this team has looked just as amazing. But Adapting is the one who's walking away with the, 9-1 slash lines, 9-3 at worst, right? So you've got to be very careful when you let him get just even a little bit of the ball rolling, because it does feel like once he has his hand on the ball, you're just not going to be able to take it back. And like you said, it's not even like like calling it a return to form almost feels like a disservice, because it's better than that. Like, it feels like he's gone above and beyond, and you've got a bunch of again amazing players that are surrounded, which makes your job so much easier. But up to this point, while you've had a lot of solid teams to knock down, I think this is another one, at least I'm looking at in Team Risk. I think with their drafting style and with the play style we've seen from some of these players in the past, of course, who knows what's changed in Smite 2, this is a team that could give them a run for their money.
I gotta say, my new favorite thing in the start of these games is watching whenever both teams take a 5-man trip to Mordor around the map and run into nobody, and then just go their separate ways. It's the second time that's happened, and every time it's just as funny. Are some chances of some link-ups, though. Nika being invaded on the blue does seem aware. Mordred's nearby as well. This could get messy kind of around the map. Genetics with a good purple buff steal on the duo side away from Team Risk, and Variety takes the blue buff away from Nika on the right-hand side.
Which, admittedly, being able to find something like that, again, when we look at this, and I actually expect this to be a pretty prominent feature of this game. So apologies in advance. I know we're literally a minute into the game. I'm probably going to harp on the farm game a lot in this one, because I anticipate that probably being the biggest deciding factor is how these teams are splitting things up, where a lot of this gold is going. And so small things like that, getting neutral camps for Lasma, right? Being able to walk forward, that builds up so much over time, and it builds up so much quicker here in Smite 2 for a lot of this early game. That's where you can find a lot of the pressure. You can really force a team to feel awkward. If you're Nika now, without a blue buff, you're going to have to be a little more conservative with how you are, fighting in these waves, and how much poke you're able to dish out towards Variety, because otherwise you can get caught with your pants down if Mordred walks over.
One thing that's scary, and talking about being caught out, Team Risk running 2 Sunders on Kha'Zix and Nika. 3 Sunders for Team Giovanni and 2 Aegis. 1 for Theeks, 1 for Streak. I believe that's actually Team Risk that has that. That's kind of ridiculous, the 3 Sunders, Gore. I mean,
it's a lot.
How do you deal with 3 on those big objectives?
Well, so that's where it gets frustrating, because realistically, and actually it's maybe impressive, because we've seen, and you can see it on the other side, where like you have some versatility. I'm actually surprised to see Phantom Shell just in general. I feel like that shielding is nice, but maybe not the best overall. So I'm curious to see how well it works out, because the personal experience, I've preferred the Sunder going over it. Granted, I don't think you need 4 Sunders either. So you needed to go for something different. You wanted something different. They go for something different. But when you're looking at it, having that secure, that confirm, right? Now all of a sudden, it's not just a matchup. It's not, can we pull it away from Variety and Genetics and then we're safe? You have to worry about Lasbra. Lasbra, the guy who can literally run through walls, by the way. So when you're looking at these objectives, I'm starting to think I'm pretty scared of these steals, and I think realistically it means that for Team Risk, you might not be able to as easily step forward into some of these objectives, or you might not be able to as easily defend these objectives because of the fact that there's so many opportunities. And specifically, I think Lasper is the one that causes the most trouble, but Variety with a leap in, anybody that has the ability to close the gap, get in, and jump onto the objective in an instant, that's the person who's going to cause you the most trouble.
Babe Coast almost gone in an instant. It is. The Cage chases, and the Cage gives first blood into the pocket of Variety. Down goes that Jing Wei. A really, really nice start there for Team Risk.
Well, this is something, again, that I'm really, really interested in, mainly because getting that first blood, getting a lot of the... Well, I actually thought they'd be further ahead. I told you I was going to talk about the farm game. I'm going to talk about the farm game. I was thinking
Lasper's been everywhere.
with a lot of those. Well, Lasper's been all over the place. And so I was thinking with the first blood, surely I'm going to look up. I'm going to see 1,000 already. We might actually see some of that turn around.
The knock-up and a gone. The Genetics, that not even allowed to look at the fight or see it for a second. And Genetics didn't start that fight that low, Gore.
Yeah, realistically, it's well, let's talk about global presence. We don't have a whole ton of it. You got a Neath, though, right? And whenever you've got a Neath, you've got a little bit of extra damage, assuming the ultimate's available, to throw to whatever fight you need. And it's the damage, which right now, and you're stacking Transcendence. I'm not looking at this Neath as like the epitome of damage.
Yeah, it's like you said last game. We'll see you in 8 minutes.
Yeah, but yeah, give it a, finish that Transcendence. And we're going to be talking about a massive amount of burst. Even if you ignore the damage, though, you get a stun, right? That lockdown is incredibly helpful, and that's part of the problem. I think you've got a lot of great lockdown on Geo, but realistically, that is maybe going to be some of the best team fight capability that your team is going to be able to provide is just being able to step up and know that you've got a Neath ult backing you, which suddenly when you're Nika, you don't have to use your ult for that engage all of a sudden, or you can use your ult for the chase down, and you've got that follow-up. It really does open up a lot of potential for your team in terms of ganks.
Team fights are fun, but have you ever stood there and had a Warhorn battle with the enemy Soul Laner? Because that's one of the best feelings in Smite 2 at the moment.
I'm going to tell you, every time we get canceled, I get a little more frustrated.
Gold Fury low goes to Team Risk. Genetics with a secure. Can Genetics get away? A land down from Coast. Needs another auto, but can't seem to find it, and the wall blocks off Coast. Streak might still be gone, and is indeed. But doesn't make that play from Genetics any less fun. A death here might. Loki out through the wall, but Loki ult won't find anything. And Genetics will be good to go back. So Gold Fury for Team Risk, and a flashy getaway for Genetics.
Now, realistically, look, if I'm going through the column, or at least the players of who I would rather have the flashy getaway to survive a little longer, maybe it's not Genetics who I would put on there, but a flashy getaway nonetheless stays alive. You get that Gold Fury, which I think is a really big boon to your team. Again, the thing that's surprising me is that it's not as big of a lead as you would maybe think, and it's sidesteps like that really showcase some of the differences. An Anita Charm as well, like, you're throwing down so much in one area that I'm really going to feast on. But the Anita Charm, I'm Anita Charm, very specifically, because I keep cutting off a syllable.
I'm Anita Charm.
I'm Anita Charm, and Kha'Zix has got it. Cozy, the healing that you're getting from that, again, just being able to deploy it, silly little mushroom guy just sitting there. But the healing, especially early on in this game, is just so helpful for moments like that to really kind of thwart ganks.
Wow, a lot of damage finds Dardes. The ult's gonna hit too, but can he kill the Neath? Still have yet to do so. Lasper on the hunt. Into the bush, trying to buy time for Kha'Zix over the wall. Will not do it. Lasper finds the kill on the Dardes. By the time any help got there, it was too little too late. You know, one thing we talked about in picks and bans, we've yet to touch on, we were both kind of looking at seeing that Mordred go solo. I talked about liking the tanky build. You were kind of on the same page, but Lasper right into Dev's gauntlets on that Mordred.
Yeah, and this is something, again, I want to watch carefully, mainly because I haven't played a ton of Mordred because I'm not really good at him, so I've been avoiding him personally. But watching how Lasper is going to build him and see, you know, the damage, having some lifesteal, like things like that, really can change the dynamic of the character.
An ult away for Jing. Some damage on the way out, but plenty okay. Coming about 8 minutes so far, and the kills and the gold all look pretty similar between both teams. Might be the closest 8 minutes we've had so far in a game, if I could be so bold. One Gold Fury, and that's gone the way of Team Risk. This Queen Naga, though, Team Giovanni should get this for free, and I suspect they're not going to wait long to use it.
I'm starting to think my 8-minute estimate, it was based on like the speed run games that we've been seeing so far, the fast farming nature where you're kind of getting everything you want without really having anybody answer back. Now you're seeing it's a little bit slower for these carries to come online, and that's opened up this little bit of back and forth where you have some of these gods that are a little stronger right now in this kind of mid-game portion that are able to put pressure. And specifically, I've been looking at the pressure that's been applied over in the solo lane. Variety has had pretty good dominance of this so far, gets the tower first as well. So realistically, if you're looking at the right-hand side of the map, that's where a lot of success for Team Risk has been. And that's where a lot of their success, I think, I want to say could continue to be. As we've seen, I don't expect like 15-minute Fire Giants in this one because I feel like we're going to be too close for that. But I think it's just because when you're over here on the left side, you're looking at Coast, you're looking at Soul, you just don't have the money yet to get the items that are really going to make you pop. So if we give them another, I'll be nice this time, and I'll give myself a little more rigor, like 5 minutes, that's when they're going to really start swinging for the fences, and that's where they're really going to become this team that, or this dynamic, I should say, both of them, Streak and Vaporish Ghost, become deadly.
Dardez in a lot of trouble, brought back to Hecate, still alive though, but not much longer. A knock up onto 3. Will that set up enough damage there for the rest of Team Giovanni? Yeah, they will, because over the wall comes Nika and finds Theeks, but they did lose one in the process to Variety. Is there any more? The airstrike to chase out Genetics, but the land down for Vape Coast goes the wrong way. Now the Jingwei's in between everybody, but still finds a kill onto Lasbra. Is there even more than that? The crossbow procced and ready to go, but the wall separates Coast. The dash away from the burst, but not away from Variety, who finds a killing spree off of it, make it another one, this one to streak up with Nika gone. Big fight for Team Risk. They really turned that one around. It started to swing pretty quickly, Gore.
Yeah, it felt like it was going to be I want to say almost a collapse, but this is a turnaround, and again, being able to find Coast now. This is a good time and a crucial time, I would even say, to fight Coast, and to fight while you know that Dardez isn't going to be able to just find the absolute maximum amount of burst that a Neef can find in the late game. This is a really good time to apply that pressure, try to get a little bit more gold, put it down on the map, just because you open up against so many different conversations for your squad. And I mean, look at Variety. He's 3-0-1. He's closing out a lot. I was questioning a little bit of the Odin because I was like, man, I feel like and this is just off of the games I played and realistically what we've been seeing, but like, had a lot of Bacchus, had a lot of Jingwei, and now you're seeing what the others can provide. What an ult from Lasbra.
Oh man, what a combo that was. If they weren't dead to Lasbra, they were coming back towards Theeks. Gore, you and I both have been waiting to see a Mordred ultimate like that in a competitive setting. There was all those we saw on one of the this week's in SMITE 2, but finally getting to see one, that was... Give me 10 more of those, please. But another Gold Fury for Team Risk in the meantime.
It really goes to show, and that's part of why I wanted to talk about the Mordred at least being, you know, a factor, because Lasbra, like, level-wise, not admittedly doing too great, right? One of the lowest levels in the game. Farm-wise, you're okay. 2-1-4, your slash line looks amazing for 11 minutes in. But it really is the CC setup. I mean, you're talking freeze, walls from Genetics plus slows, right? You're talking walls as well as well, just so much else. Damage as well from the Odin. So just your front line in the normal sense, you feel like has a very solid grip on the game and on team fights, but then you start to add in this Mordred, and specifically you add in that ultimate, and that's what it's capable of. I mean, it's going to turn fights around. If they can't deal with Lasbra before he's able to grab 2 or 3 people up into the sky, then they're not going to be dealing with Lasbra because they're going to die shortly thereafter. He's going to go up with them, and the follow-up I expect to be very clean and crisp from Team Risk.
After 2 Gold Furies in that strong fight in the mid lane earlier, Team Risk have gone ahead to close to a 3k gold lead and growing. Queen Naga will add on to that, getting closer to a potential 3rd Gold Fury once that respawns. Fire Giant spawns in a few minutes here at 15 exactly. So Team Giovanni, while, as Gore mentioned, they're not behind everywhere, it is starting to climb. And one thing in SMITE 2 we've seen is if you can start to get that ball rolling, you can really quickly gain some distance.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is being able to take a lead and push it. It feels like, I don't even want to call it easier because it's still a lot of work. It's just we've seen teams that are so adept at it that it almost looks easy, which is why I would even argue that it's pretty impressive that it's still within the 4K range right now.
I agree.
But this is where it gets pretty dangerous, right? You've already lost 2 Gold Furies. The pressure on all of your lanes is pretty high. You've lost a tower already in right, and you haven't gotten one in return. So knowing that you're having this constant onslaught, especially in mid right now, you're losing a lot of your safe havens to survive.
Oh no! The Healy's missed! Lasper could not find the ultimate, but the Hekate one has his back. But the Loki ultimate guarantees Lasper is not escaping. So a 1-for-1 after a bit of a whiffed ultimate there for the Mordred. Not ideal for Team Risk because they were trying to get that pick to further objective pressure, but ultimately not too big of a deal either.
That's that weird, well, we got the kill, but Lasper had to tank an extra tower shot or two, and suddenly we're losing somebody in the same breath. So it's not, like you said, the cleanest, still works out. That's a great Odin cage, though. If you had a little more follow-up, it could have been fantastic, but realistically, there just wasn't much more to do in mid. You got the tier 1, you've already got the tower, you know Fury's going to be coming up relatively soon, so you don't want to get too invested, go too far for a fight. Instead, I like this. Fall back, spend some of the gold you just earned, get your camps, apply some of the pressure, grab neutrals, and do exactly what Team Risk has been doing. They're playing the map incredibly well.
It's been really interesting, too, to see Team Giovanni, who have been one of those teams. I think of Cowabunga from the North American side that have been so dominant. I don't think we've seen them behind up to this point. Which, when you add that into the equation, it gets all the more impressive for Team Risk. And I understand name-wise that should be up to par, but going off of the limited history of SMITE 2, it's still shocking. It's also shocking is this very audacious fire giant pull. I can't believe Team Risk is going for this, but Team Giovanni with the answer already. Can they find it? No! Fire giant goes to Team Risk on the risky play. The Mordred ult finds 2 as well, but Team Risk are the ones getting blown up. Team Giovanni, how are they turning this around? Theeks trying to save the fight out for Risk and doing so with a triple off the back of it. Variety with the 4th. Kha'Zix, the last one, standing full anarchy at the fire giant, but Team Risk stand tall even with only 2 alive.
An enemy has been
I don't know where to start with. There was so much that just happened there. So, okay, let's rewind a little bit. First, egg on my face. Guess who thought there wasn't going to be a 15-minute fire giant? Guess what there was? In fact, 15-minute fire giant. But then you start to factor it in. I mean, it's a good call, I think, from Giovanni Giorgio to go in and to take that fight. The unfortunate thing, again, is looking at the farm. Because they're down in numbers, you don't quite have a Neath that's burst is online fully just yet. And the same thing, really, for the Jingwei. A lot of what I expect to be their biggest damage spikes have yet to come online. At least minimum, you'd want the 3rd full tier 3 for the Neath before having to take a fight like that. So it's already an unfortunate scenario, but then you get to see, again, that CC and the control that come from Team Risk. And admittedly, they were fighting with the Fire Giant buff. They were focused on that first and foremost, so you take a little bit of damage. You're starting off a little slow because of that. But the turnaround, and more specifically, the control, and I'm looking at the control onto Coast more than anything. Locking down the Jingwei is a really big deal. Keeping the Jingwei under wraps is a really big deal, and Team Risk has done it every single time they've gone into a fight. 5-0 and 4 for the Odin. I think Variety has been playing a very crucial role in the front line for this team and what he's been able to provide.
Let's dance with the Gold Fury and get it stolen away by Nika. Team Giovanni do not want to play any games around that gold, and they lose it out, but Nika got brought right back and will pay for his crimes. Great ultimate there from Theeks to secure the Bologna. Can you find Kha'Zix as well? The Healy run forward, coming out from the Mordred. Should be enough with the wall, and that will be another one for Theeks. Team Risk lose the gold, but gain 2, and they step up to the tier 2 in mid.
And I don't think there's going to be a lot to slow this down. The good news, if you are Giovanni, is that they don't have an Ancient Fury yet. That's huge. Also, only 2 of them have the Fire Giant buff still, but that's still enough to get a little bit of pressure. I'm surprised they're going for the Phoenix.
lot of pressure being put off on the team, Giovanni Giorgio. It looks like the defense won't have to be too particularly strong. One thing that was good from that chaotic Fire Giant fight, if you are rooting for Team Giovanni Gore, the Fire Giant only stayed on Variety and Genetics, and I think you mentioned that even. So it could have been way worse. I mean, if that Fire had been on streak up there for that tier 2, it could have easily turned into a Phoenix. But some time bought from it.
Yeah, the best thing that you could, if you have to look at your deicide positively, it's that you killed 3, and that you killed maybe the 3 most important ones to kill. Although I'm going to start throwing Variety as maybe one of the most important, because he's going to have a big bounty of 5-0 and 6. Definitely worthwhile. Definitely been a huge problem. But you have to avoid moments like this, because it looks like you're just going to get caught out if you're Loki.
Nice ult, but will it have the distance? The decoy will at the last second. And oh man, don't worry, Lasper, we paused too. Adapting, it would have been max range anyway, but I think that decoy gave that last bit of distance needed. A great play from Adapting to get away. Even the Loki ult up before it mattered a lot in surviving that Mordred. Coast will have to survive the EMEA, and does so. Does cost an ultimate on the left-hand side, and lots of red nearby, so Coast will be okay.
Again, being able to realistic, like if I'm looking at Coast, and I've been looking a lot at what Geo is able to do in this instance, because Team Risk, they've been doing everything right. They've got a lead. They are putting pressure from this lead. They are making sure that Giovanni Giorgio don't feel comfortable pretty much anywhere on the map. They've lost towers. They've lost pressure, safety zones, safe havens. You might lose a player here as well, because Adapting had to use virtually everything before. Luckily, a little bit of backup goes a long way. But if you're Giovanni Giorgio, what do you need to do? How do you combat that? What do you do to fight back? You relent where you have to relent. You don't fight for tier 1s like that, where you know they're just going to go down. And you farm. You farm every single piece that you can find. You get as much gold as you can get into your pockets. Try to get your carries online item-wise to make sure you can mount a defense and fight back.
I do want to point out, Adapting used Aegis when he did get caught out before. So that will be down if there's a team fight within the next 90 seconds. Was a great use of the Aegis, though, so definitely worthwhile. Just important, because that Loki surviving seems to be one of the keys for the Giovanni team fight. 8-15 now, at 20 minutes. And Team Risk didn't quite balloon the gold lead as we were concerned about, and a lot of that didn't go back to the Nika Gold Fury steal. But it is also not the most comfortable spot to be in, Gore. You mentioned sort of back foot right now, picking the right fights. What's that next right fight for you, for Team Giovanni?
This is where it gets complicated, because with the current state of Fire Giant, I don't know if I can agree with letting it go to the other team. I think you have to step up and fight. The downside is if it doesn't go well for you, you're pushed back to your Phoenix line, probably losing a Phoenix. I also think, well, realistically, you also need to get not caught out, and unfortunately for Nika, I don't know if you can get away as easily as you'd like to.
Not with the Odin Cage blocking you off. Lasbra through, can't find anybody with that Pursue the Weak, but they're gonna find the gates on the Dardes and send him straight to the Grayscale. A big-time pickup for Team Risk. With 2 gone, they can step up and get a lot off this, but they are losing. They're tier 2 in the mid lane, so a good split push coming out from Coast. We're talking about the Fire, though. That's the call for Team Risk, and it's a wise one. The only answer could be Loki, but it looks like Giovanni Giorgio is going to concede this Fire.
I'm not surprised. I think if you had everybody, yeah, you can take that fight. You just lost 2. Admittedly, one of them got caught out, the other one just chased down. There's just not a lot of options for you to follow up on. You've got to focus on your defense here. Fire Giant is strong right now. So getting this, you have it on all 5 this time as well. Like for Team Risk, this is maybe the dream scenario for you to be able to march forward in. I like that they immediately go to one of the exposed Phoenixes. You can fall back and grab the tier 2 a little bit later. Put pressure on while you still have the numbers advantage before these respawns, as they did just come through. I was going to say walk up. But this is where defense gets a little awkward. You should be able to apply this pressure pretty easily. And I'm looking at Lasbra to be the big zone, because, I mean, one big ult from Lasbra, and you could probably find a decent wipe on this as well. You also might be able to back up. There's a lot on the map that you could do, but I like Team Risk's play to just be as aggressive and as affronting as possible.
Cage out. Darda safe from Lasbro, but can the same be said for Kha'Zix? Maybe not, or maybe it turns around on its head. Who's that Neathult gonna hit? Hit somebody! Adapting's already gone! Team Risk still get the mid Phoenix, and no one gets traded out. Matter of fact, Nika's gone too, and Team Risk are going to turn this opportunity into a chance to end the game. Into the throne room they go. Titan already at half health. Everyone in Giovanni's scrambling, trying to make any play happen, but they cannot defend. The Titan coast is down. The Titan is dead, and Team Risk move on, and Giovanni lose. I'm shocked, but Team Risk pull it off.
Look, man, and if you gotta look and highlight a player here, realistically, there's going to be a lot of damage. I think you have to look at Theeks because the Hecate was able to provide so much for your team, 8-2-9. But that's just me being nice and making sure to mention literally somebody else's name. Variety just absolutely steals the show. I will give a lot of credit Lasbury, because the 2 and 3 isn't that impressive. It's the 12 on that KDA that is the number you should be looking at.
It's the 12, and it's the kind of elimination of Nika as a factor.
Yeah, because that's exactly what it is, right? Variety controlled the lane so incredibly well, and then transitioned that into controlling the Jing Wei, making sure that a lot of the carries really couldn't act, which is just that's what you want your solo laner to be able to do, is just walk up and say, no, you can't play the game. That's all Variety did for the other team. And like you said, when you are watching Lasbra, who's he ulting? He's going through the walls and he's going for those backliners. He's making sure that not once did they feel comfortable. And there was maybe a moment, maybe a turnaround. It's that Neathult towards the end, where it ends up getting eaten, I believe, by Variety. I think he jumps forward and takes it. I thought it was going to be
an instant ult onto Lasbro to secure the escape, but it just never came out in time.
And instead, he runs away. It did leave... It left me scratching my head a little bit.
Yeah.
But it also left the door wide open for them to just march forward and slam down the Titan. It was really well made.
Speaking of slamming down the Titan, we joined just in time to watch Smokebreak do just that. Ice gonna fall. E-Chrome will grab one as well. And Smokebreak secure themselves a grand final spot, 29-5. Typhonic with a couple familiar names, but those familiar names will have to take a seat as Smokebreak really do some numbers.
Oh my god, Angry was 10
big numbers.
Oh my god.
Big numbies.
Hey guys, remember when I was just talking about Hecate being pretty good? Turns out, Hecate's pretty good. You get her in the right hands. We've seen her a lot in North America. I feel like there was a period of time, and maybe we're still in that period of time, where it's like you can't let Paul get this god. I feel like that is getting extended. Pretty much any mid laner that is worth their salt, you might not want to have this god, because it just seems like it is absolutely controlling. And like you said, looking at the numbers, like Johnny has been, I mean, I don't know if I've seen Johnny on not Susano so far today, but I don't know if you need to see Johnny on anything that's not Susano. 9-2-11. We've seen a lot of 9-1s as well. Like, the team's just been playing well, and now that we know they're moving forward, I think this is a very exciting finals that we're potentially going to be set up for.
Especially going in, I would have put a lot of confidence points on the squad of Adapting and Team Giovanni. It would have been hard not to in my brain, but now for this finals, because of Team Risk moving on with Genetics and Streak Ups, that dual lane performing, the emphasis on Variety and Theeks that we've put, I really feel like this is going to be a toss-up, especially because at semifinals, we didn't get to see a lot of it here on the broadcast, but Smokebreak we've seen a lot of today, and they've looked like a really solid roster, and perhaps more importantly, they've been structured and they've been concise with their decision making around the map. So this is going to be a heck of a grand finals.
I think if anything, what I'm seeing here is very specifically for Smokebreak. The thing you need to be most careful of is the map play from Team Risk. What I just saw from Team Risk was a very consistent, and like you had said, they kind of were winning in some of the fights already, but it was control, getting, jungle camps away, making people uncomfortable that way. Variety getting that first blue buff was like the start of a very long list of great things that happened for the solo laner on Team Risk. So if you're Smokebreak, I think looking at this next matchup, that's going to be where you are more or less, you're trying to find that guiding line is control, Team Risk's assessment of the map, which is way easier said than done. That's something that Genetics brings to a team no matter what. So I think that's going to be the hard thing. Look at these neutral camps, look for invades, try to strip as much farm away from them as possible. Don't start to fall behind in gold, because it is a very slippery slope from what I've seen based on even just the one game of Team Risk.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's the map pressure, and for Smoke Break, I think we saw it be a very slow burn for Team Risk. They kept pace with Team Giovanni for a long while, and then eventually they kind of had their click moment of, all right, this is now our game. We're gonna run. We're gonna make the decisions. We now control who goes where, when, and why. But for Smoke Break, they feel like they're sort of like more rabid team. They've got that kind of that aggressive pitbull energy, of all right, they're coming out of the gates ready to fight. They're trying to make things happen early, force things. So a very topsy-turvy sort of, opposites attract grand finals we're going to get to have here. And the grand finals are best of 3 too, which will leave room to adapt to each other, which might be the most interesting aspect.
It's something that I'm really excited to see, just because, like you said, best of 3 means you get a little bit of adaptation. It's also because realistically, and again, this entire first portion, right? We're in stage 1 of this Founder Series this week and next week. You're getting points based off where you finish. Of course, everybody's also getting diamonds for playing. So, like, if you have a team and you want to compete, you show up, and even just to play a single game, you're going to be able to get something out of it. But, looking at these teams, doing really well this week doesn't necessarily guarantee things, but it does open up that conversation for Swiss. But I'm excited to see, because I think we're going to see a lot of the last 4 teams that we've seen, a lot of them over the next few weeks.
We've got a banger of a grand finals on our hands, so don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have that for you. Until then, have a nice little rest. We'll see you in a minute.
So easy
Goodness, we are absolutely cruising today. We are into the grand finals of the SMITE 2 Founders EMEA edition. And remember the top 16 teams we had here today, all feeling just fine with themselves. The teams that unfortunately lost earlier on in the tournament, it's all good. You still got more chances to qualify into the Founder Series finals out in Vegas in just a little bit of time. Some cool SMITE 2 today so far, Trelly. A bit more of the same from what we saw a couple weeks ago as far as team compositions, what's strong, what's maybe not quite as strong. But what is strong right now is tenure. And the veterans are showing up to play, and we got a couple veteran squads in the final.
Yeah, I think as far as the early days are going to be going, you're looking towards the players that can lean on their mechanical prowess more so than the meta that's forming, but I think that'll change in time.
Well, if you want to get your hands on SMITE 2 right now, you're able to. Use code ! Excuse me if I'm wrong on this. It's ! Access in chat. And then the code to get access is SMITE 2 Esports. Do I have that right on the back end? Cool. Got it. ! Access will get you the link. And then using code SMITE 2 Esports in that link will get you access to SMITE 2 right now. If you're feeling inspired, feeling like you want to play like the pros and maybe these hopeful pros, that's how you can get your hands on it. So it's ! Access and then SMITE 2 Esports is the code you want to use. And you can grab yourself an edition of SMITE 2 here today. Playing like the pros, though, Trelly, that's going to be a difficult ask because it seems like a lot of these teams have sort of picked up where they left off at the end of SMITE 1. And we've cruised through a first couple rounds of the tournament here today because of that. The teams that have been favored have kind of steamrolled their opponents. Giovanni, Giorgio. Smooth sailing through the first couple rounds. However, it was Team Risk, which is genetics, streak up Theeks, aka Big Man Tings, but rebrands to Theeks for SMITE 2 and onward. Lasbra, new world champion, and Variety, a world champion of past, all headline Team Risk. So they were able to take down Giovanni, Giorgio. And then Smoke Break Trail, you and I got to cast this roster earlier on. Echrome silenced Angry, Johnny, and Benko, aka Deathwalker, a team that has played plenty of SMITE with one another, able to roll on through their opponents as well. So it's been a day where we're able to look at maybe some new talent and some rosters that are forming, potentially able to make some waves in future events. But it is the veterans, the old guard, that are really winning the day here today.
And they are old.
Just geezers. I do wonder. So I'm 29.
Mm-hmm.
That's I was gonna say that's got to be one of the oldest.
No, but the thing is, with J-Mac and Gore around, who always make jokes about
That's
being
true.
in their 30s, you're still a young buck as far as I'm concerned.
Thank goodness.
Mhm.
I wake up every morning and my knees ache, my lower back.
Oh, I relate to
feels a little
that.
tweaked.
Yeah, as long as our number starts with a 2, we're okay at least for a little bit longer. I hope. Maybe
I
not.
have 7 more months of that. I'll be 30 in April, so I'm. Vegas will come and go. I'll still be a young man out in Vegas, but after that, we'll see. Let's kick things off with our grand finals here, Trelly. Of course, the most points on the table for the team that's able to win it. Team that finishes in second after this grand final, still grabbing themselves a nice handful of points and better seeding moving forward into the next few rounds. So you've already accomplished something pretty good by making it to the finals here today. Smoke Break versus Team Risk. Smoke Break find themselves in that first pick slot. And Team Risk, of course, then will grab themselves a couple picks to answer back. So the ultimate question is, Trelly, and now we've seen these teams both play a couple of times. Johnny took over the game earlier on. Do you grab him the Fenrir? The answer seems to be yes. So Team Risk, an opportunity to answer that. But finally, we're going to get two of these very talented early game, run it down, win some scrap type teams.
Well,
see how they battle it out in picks and bans.
What I do like seeing is the fact that not only has this Fenrir pick rose in popularity, but it really does seem like Jing Wei has just entirely fallen off, which is, it goes to show the night and day difference between a true competitive game when you have 5 players firing on all cylinders and comms with each other, and then just letting a god through in ranked, right? If your god takes way too long to get online, falling lower on the priority. Bach is, of course, still available, and I think definitely one of the pickups to grab. But still not at that high point of priority, but we are seeing Hecate and Jingwei, which I've been loving Hecate. I've been preaching that one for a while now, so good to see. Just a very impactful ultimate. The movement is great, things like that. But Ymir, Chalk, and Fenrir. So CC and early pressure is still trying to win the day here for Smoke Break. They found a strategy and they're sticking to it.
I was gonna say, isn't this the same top 3 that they won with earlier on today? Fenrir, Ymir, Chalk. And I'm remembering Deathwalker, getting ganked a handful of times, was not the best early game for Benko, I guess is what Deathwalker's going by today, but was able to withstand, work through some of those team fights a bit later on. Team Risk, though, Trelly, goodness, they get a couple of the more sought-after picks. Not only the Hecate, not only the Jingwei specifically, and the Bacchus, both have been ban-worthy in the eyes of a handful of the teams over here in EMEA. Team Risk are able to get both. We're going to have initiation overload in this game, and it might just come down to who's getting it done a bit cleaner.
Yeah, Bologna has been lower on the tier list for me. I think that she does just fine in lane up against something like Chalk, but it does take a little bit for her to get online, and she also doesn't have that same level of impact, like damage-wise, right? The Eagles rally is fun, it's good, it's decent CC, but it's single target, and after that, you don't have as much lockdown. So I'm very interested to see how this Bologna is piloted here. Come to think of it, you got to imagine it's over towards the jungle, unless the Hades is playing jungle.
Give me that Hades jungle.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
This is Lasbra.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Bacchus has been playing the jungle as well. I can't count anything out, like I've said. The fact that you can just build crit on just about anyone, and the fact that you have your strength and intelligence splits means that there is endless possibilities in Smite 2. And I've seen every number of these combinations do very well and very poorly. So I'm not ready to lock anything in just yet, but I do love seeing the Zeus. I think Zeus is in a fantastic spot when he has frontliners that can just kind of push everyone away. And when they don't have too much dive, and considering we can't even really lock down who the jungler is for Team Risk, I think the Zeus is going to be able to position quite well.
I'm going down to who's got the glowing eyes advantage. Fenrir's got the red. Do we count Ymir's eyes as glowing?
I would say so. I mean, I think everyone but Neith seems to be glowing on Smoke Break, right?
Yep. And so Hades clearly has the green. I'll throw Hecate a bone. Bologna, no, those are just deep brown eyes. I'm not calling that. I think Smoke Break on the ferocity of the player portraits or the god portraits might have the advantage here. And it'll be interesting, Trelly. I think the play style breakdown for Smoke Break, jokes aside, has been we're going to give up a lot of early kills. We're going to be behind by 5 kills at the 10-minute mark, but we're going to essentially outfarm our opponents to the point where it doesn't matter. Now we're starting to get to these heavyweight matchups where if you're giving up 5 kills to Team Risk, this is such a talented team, headlined by a couple of the best macro and micro players of all time in genetics and variety and Theeks. Think back to that Camelot Kings team that just out-farmed, out-macroed everybody. I don't think Smoke Break has the same freedom to give up those 5-kill swings at the beginning of the game.
No, I think you're right. Both of these squads are teams that, given just a small bit of an advantage, they should be able to stretch that out. And we've already seen how quickly a fire giant can be shredded, how quickly an objective can be lost if you don't have vision or if you don't have someone over there. And I think both of these squads have the ability to just, pull ahead off of a small little upgrade like that. I really do want to see exactly where our Team Risk gods end up going, because, again, it probably is the Bologna jungle, but either way, I just have not seen much of it. So should be something new at the very least. And that's always exciting, especially this early on in a meta where we don't even really know what's top tier every single game. It seems to be changing.
Yeah, we don't know if it's good or bad or sideways. Sometimes the surprising picks can be the ones that work out the best if you're catching your opponents by surprise. We'll see. Remember, this is a best of 3 grand finals, so we're going to have to find our winner in at least 2. No more one and done. We got a bronze medal match that we'll report on a bit later on today. But let's get into the grand finals now. It's Smoke Risk versus Team Break. No, Smoke Break versus Team Risk. And Smoke Break, Trelly, they were on the outside of our teams to watch looking in. But certainly, we're right up there with the most talented squads here in EMEA. As per usual, we'll group up as 5, stand in a brush somewhere, see if anyone slightly overextends this time. Luckily for Benko, aka Deathwalker, the chalk will not step too far forward. So all seems to be well off the rip here. You got to look at jungle because we've seen both of these junglers today take over their respective matchups. Johnny on this very same Fenrir earlier. Lasbra on the Bologna. U-Express. I don't know if I'd call it concern yet, Trelly, but a willingness to learn about the Bologna jungle. And so I think, you know, maybe you're feeling more comfortable immediately in Johnny, but there is still potential for Lasbra in the early game battle between these two junglers.
Right. I mean, they dethroned a very strong team to get here. I'm sure they're not playing it for no reason. And they're in the grand finals, right? So,
yep.
All things to consider. Let's take a little bit of a head count about the invade. Looks like Genetics was able to steal away purple from E-Chrome, all the while Silence doing the same. Variety attempted to go for an invade. It seemed like Benko was able to grab that blue. So a lot of Sunders in play. Look at Team Risk. 3 Sunders, 2 Aegis. Whereas Smoke Break, 2 Sunders, 2 Blinks, and an Aegis. Something else to keep in mind. I want to see if anyone's able to shut down Angry. This might be the time to do it. But remember, he holds on to those relics very well. And he's been having a hell of a tournament.
Yep, Angry has Blink. Remember, you can blink in combat now, so you can get out of range if the pressure truly does mount up that heavily. Johnny, ooh, early Aegis use from the Fenrir. So, relic advantage +1 to Team Risk. How impactful have you found it when you look at these invades and the little buff steals here and there? He's gonna blink. E-Chrome's got to use his to get out of dodge, but Genetics, oh no, he's frozen. Gotta be first blood here, and it's Silence and E-Chrome running down Genetics. Silence doesn't want to take it, but will take it. That's first blood to Smoke Break. Not something we've seen from this team today, Trelly. And if Streak is not careful, could get worse. Aegis on the flip side. So safety just for the time being. Team Risk will scurry away one more time, but first blood on over to Smoke Break. Not too shabby for Silence on the Ymir.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple little niche interactions that you guys want to pay attention to. If you take a look at E-Chrome, he's building a more auto attack based Zeus build. And now that might seem confusing. He does scale pretty much solely off of intelligence, but his auto attacks, of course, get benefit from strength. He can crit, and when he has 3 charges on someone, there is a stun involved. So you can really crit someone down if you auto stun, get some more auto attacks in. The ADC Zeus is it's not a pipe dream. It can definitely work. So we'll have to see how E-Chrome pilots it. Oh my goodness, I thought he was going to teleport out. Maybe he already used it. Lasbra gets the kill. He's dead.
Oh goodness, the rotation over.
I was just going to talk through that gank, but I guess he already used Torrent, so he had no teleport. Benko falls down.
Remember, in a couple of times we've seen the junglers just kind of roosting over in the solo lane, waiting for that escape to get used. Must have happened just off screen just a moment ago. Fortunately for Benko, Deathwalker had already used it, unable to get out safely. So Team Risk now back on the board. Both junglers making their mark early. And that'll be a good thread to follow here between these two teams. But look, remember, we saw Benko, we saw Smoke Break fall behind early. It's never been an issue, but something we mentioned in picks and bans, Team Risk, not a team that you're just going to steamroll over as far as farm goes. You got to play well, not only in lane, but in your macro as well. Nice little wall back there from Silenced. Johnny looking for a little invade of his own. One thing I was going to ask Trelly, and now we got cut off by an early game fight. And I'm going to be smart here. I'm going to hold this off because there might be a scrap that Johnny can rotate way in behind here if he wants to help out his team, but there might not be any reason. Genetics has jumped in, and E-Chrome just melted through. In the meantime, Johnny is stealing away some buffs on the Team Risk side of the jungle. I thought maybe Fenrir was going to rotate in behind his team, but instead, no point. Johnny's going to continue to farm up.
Describe it as farm, and that's something you also have to pay attention to. If someone starts Blink, like E-Chrome did, you don't really have that survivability. Benko does take the blue buff, but Lasbra is on the way. Can Bologna track him down? Seems like no, even with an Eagles rally would be hard, unless Benko's getting baited, unless he has no idea Lasbra's here. Did he see him when he turned around? I think he did. Yeah, I think he's aware. He must have not had the angle and is just going to back up. So steals the ult, or steals the buff with the ultimate, and is able to get a little bit of pressure over Variety in lane. But yeah, Echrome's out of position with that without that blink. It is a very long cooldown, and with 30 seconds, Echrome's gonna have to watch his positioning, because just imagine a Zeus and Smite 1 with very limited mobility and no beads or Aegis. That's free pickings, right? And that's kind of where Echrome's gonna be at for the next 20 seconds. Probably should be fine, but keep that in mind.
Johnny 1 level down to Lasbra's jungle counterpart on the other side. Has a chance for a kill here, however. Ragnarok gonna pick up Variety, and that is simple. A World Weaver from elsewhere cleans up the kill. Angry from base, able to grab it. Lasbra's Eagles rallied in. Yeah, good luck saying that. Rally here. A chance to chase him down, but Johnny speedy enough to get on out and away. So Lasbra just the 1 kill. Johnny now with the assist. I misspoke earlier. Hadn't done much over in that early first blood over in duo lane. And Angry picking up the kill on the Neath. That'll always feel good. We've seen plenty of Neath picked up here in the last couple of weekends, Trelly. Today is no different. Might need to help out Johnny if Lasbra goes in. Snags the disarm, but how much more chase is there? Might be some. All's got to blink away. Angry does over in mid.
Come back.
Are they looking for more? Genetics is. He's beneath the tier 1 tower. Pulled back by Hecate, but Angry lives a bit too long. Doesn't matter. And Genetics has added another one. Man, it's a stumble from Smokebreak. Thought they might be able to get out alive, but instead 2 kills across the map for Team Risk.
Yep, and take a look again. Angry just used his blink. No beads available. Hecate says, yoink, you're coming right back. And the Fury is looking real promising right now, Dave. All of Team Risk have made the rotation over. No one but Echrome is in range, and I do not think he's making it. Go ahead and drop the Amanita Mushroom just for a little bit of sustain. And the first gold Fury of the game goes over to Team Risk off of just beautiful positioning and understanding exactly where you need to be to find your pressure. And this was such a conversation in Smite 1. Oh, beads are down. Relic is down. When are we going to see that gank? Angry does not have blink for 180 seconds. Keep in mind that Neath has a backflip and a cloud of dust. That's about it. Once that's done, if Genetics is there, if Theeks has the ultimate, they are going to find the kill. But they might find a little bit of damage on the Theeks right now.
Theeks avoids a bit of damage. Still takes half of his health on the flip side. Love what we've seen from the Hecate so far, Trelly, and you mentioned it, upon prompting earlier on, and mentioned it on Twitter, just how cool this god is, the mechanics around the character. The ability to just swap spots in a team fight is so chaotic. Echrome swap spots with air underneath his tower, blinks away. Eagles rally from Lasbra, finds its way over in mid lane. Jump in from Johnny.
Get him away!
It's Angry! Whoa! Please get the kill. Thank God you had to get it, because that's a hand delivery from Johnny, a kill to Lasbra. But you're going to trade out. It's a shutdown at least, so maybe something to tilt the scales. But Angry, you hope, laughing with his teammate as Lasbra's hand delivered to the mid lane.
I've seen Angry stream. He's not laughing. I bet you during that
whole
say
he's angry.
He was saying, no, just get him away. I basically hand delivered the kill. I mean, hey, I will say it was a 3-0 shutdown, so it ends up being worth it, right? Angry's not worth as much as Lasbra was, but still.
Echrome doesn't have blink.
Oh, Echrome's in big trouble.
He's gonna get stunned, and boop goes Streak. And a nice rotation in from Genetics. This is peak Smokebreak, Trelly. Give up some early kills, get out skirmished by your opponents. However, one thing we talked about and is now coming to fruition, the farm difference has just so heavily been in Smokebreak's favor in the games, in the couple that we've gotten to see them so far today, that the early deaths have not mattered. Totally the opposite story now. 2,000 gold, a lot of it stemming from that early Gold Fury working against Smokebreak. Game 1 far from over in this best of 3. But Echrome's life may be over once more. Oh no. Yeah, Lightning Storm, Belly Flop, Boop, Get Drunk, whatever. Variety Variety Genetics throwing it all at him. Unlucky for Echrome. 2 deaths in the last minute or so. Are they going to be able to chase down more? Both Variety and Genetics used their ultimate just a moment ago. So this is a chance for Smoke Break to maybe get back on the map. Double freeze from Silence, but a belly flop, a wall, has actually blocked Silence off and given Team Risk the ability to wander on forward. Trelly, the mental may be starting to fracture a bit here for Smoke Break. An Echrome double gank right walking outside of his map. Silence kind of walls himself off, unlucky. And Team Risk pull a couple more kills and maybe 1,000 more gold ahead.
And you know what? I will say the one thing that I regret not bringing up earlier, because it just seems like because he's 0-3, I'm going to hate on it, but I have never liked this Zeus carry build. I love intelligence-based Zeus. I think he does an insane amount of damage. Staff of Mirrodin may have the best interaction on Zeus in the game. But the carry build, I think, just it leaves a lot to be desired. You don't really get much value from your abilities. So hold on. With the World Weaver, this could be a kill. No one there to block it. Oh, Lasper should definitely fall down here.
Yeah, this is... Got him! Get him, please! Brutalize off of cooldown. Whew. All right, we can exhale. That may have been the final nail in the mental coffin for Smoke Break if Lasper is able to get away from that one. Unlucky, because you're going to trade out your life for it. Benko uses everything to get away and still not able to escape. So a nice moment there from Lasbra. Locked down. Benko trades out and falls down to 0-2. Team Risk have just been playing this composition super well, Trelly. Seems like the Bacchus has just been really difficult to deal with. Lasbra has made some good plays on the Bologna as well. And Smoke Break have just kind of been on the back foot.
They sure have. And remember, objectives have been so easy to pull so far in this tournament. You get one pick, or even you see that the pit is empty for a second. That's been enough. And there you go. Immediately Genetics goes on it. Look at the map, Dave. Smoke Break's nowhere to be seen. Unless... No, there's no way Silence gets here in time, right? It's just done. It dies so quickly if you don't have vision. I wouldn't doubt that Smoke Break, the second they figured out about it, they tried to walk over, but it's too little too late. And now the second Gold Fury of the game goes to Team Risk. They are not making any... I don't want to say risky plays. I don't know how else to say it, but they aren't making any mistakes here. And they are just going for what they know.
Echrome does have Blink back. Couple beads get used here in the wall. Actually keeps Genetics in place. Going to be a burst of damage on the other side of the ultimate. But look at Streak Up all this time, wailing away the damage. Can he get back in? Does have airstrike if needed to clean up any of these kills. Wall once again from Silence. Helps Ymir bounce away once more. Lasbra rotates in. Stun, damage, kill. And it's picked up by Streak Up. Trade him out 1-for-1. Genetics, Silence, both supports down. But a Streak Up able to grab one. An opportunity for a couple there. Unfortunately, though, for Team Risk. Fortunately for Smoke Break, it's only the support that ends up going down and needed the rotation from Lasbra to make their way in as well. So a good moment to maybe take a breather here if you're Team Risk. But Trelly, again, you know, if all I've got with a lot of these teams is just the history and what we've seen in the past. And a team of Genetics, Theeks, and Variety made up one of the best, and I mentioned it in Picks and Bans, one of the best map state teams of all time in the Camelot Kings. I'm being a bit hyperbolic talking about that right now. As a one-on-one over on left is going to go towards Streak Up, at Echrome able to find safety beneath the tier 2 tower. So I guess my point is, and I'll get off my soapbox, I'm maybe not surprised that the map is being played this well by this Team Risk team, because they're kind of the opposite. Team Risk, yeah, but it's team calculated from these players and all the history we've seen from SMITE 1.
Absolutely, and I do want to take a moment, if we could, to check out some of these active items that have been purchased. So far,
please do.
Not much from Smoke Break, but take a look at Team Risk. Genetics has Amanita Charm, which is going to be big regen. That's the mushroom that you drop on the ground, as well as the Purification, in which, sure, his team doesn't have beads, but you don't really need it if your support picks up this team-wide Purification. Is this a Fire Giant pull? What are we seeing here? A little bit of a grouping towards a scrap. Okay. Maybe Johnny gets active, or he's trying to run away, but either way, you gotta look for the CC, and they're
oh man, Lasbra starts off the fight, and his teammate is here to play as well. Genetics belly flops in, finds a couple knockups, but it's Smoke Break just on the back foot. Once again, that'll be a kill, an easy one onto Silence, and it's a fight over on the Fire Giant side of the map. Can you get more? Johnny's got a teammate up and over the wall. Genetics still takes
They're going for fire.
a decent bit of damage. Yeah, I mean, look, Echrome's way over on the left side of the map. He's farming up. So you're essentially in a 5v3 should Smoke Break choose to step forward. And some sustain. Thank you, Doug. Always helping me out. You can drop the charm at your feet should you need around the FG, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. 3 members of Trelly of Smoke Break are going to step forward.
Is there any skill potential? Here comes Smoke Break. They want to get active. No, Lasbra gets it immediately. Just try and retreat. Your Fire Giant's done. Or can you take Benko down? Thief. Fix it up. Take a Fire Giant +1. That's a combo deal if I've ever seen one. At least you send Echrome over left lane to get a tier 1 tower, but I'm taking the Fire Giant and the kill over tier 1 every day of the week, Dave. Not to mention the third Gold Fury of the game spawns in any second now. That one is going to be tough to deal with, unfortunately, as Johnny is forced to run away as well. Still, looking at some of those active items, of course, Dagger of Frenzy, it's a very popular one that Streak Up has in the second slot. Just going to buff that attack speed, make sure you can shred through objectives. And then lastly, one that I have not seen really anyone pick up is Lasbra's second item. That's going to be just the extra movement speed. And again, there's a team-wide sprint called Hussar's Wings, but this is your own. This is your own movement speed. I believe as well, there's an option. Hold on. Okay, Gold Fury does get started. I saw Johnny look over, and I was like, is he actually going to step forward? Probably not.
Well, what's the game plan from Smoke Break? What can they do?
They have to dial it back. They have to sit. I want to say at tier 2, but Phoenix looks a lot safer to me, Dave. This is a 10,000 gold deficit. It is not easy to try and make up for.
What can Silenced get done? Actually, a little bit. Variety. Chunk down to half a World Weaver. Oh, it catches him out and stuns him. That's a kill. That's his dash. It's gone. Couldn't find a way over. Echrome rotates through, gets the shutdown needed on this Zeus. This game has just not gone well for Echrome up to this point. How much does it matter, though? Ever the map state players is Team Risk send their way over to the tier 2 tower over on the left side of the mini-map, but the right side from this perspective, and that'll be simple for Team Risk to open up a Phoenix. Smoke Break has a chance to collapse in, but it's going to be towards Genetics. He can belly flop out of this one. And be careful on an overextension here if you're Smoke Break, because Silenced doesn't have his ultimate anymore, but these walls have paid off once or twice. Genetics just needs to belch. There's the cleanse, Trilly, but it doesn't matter. Streak bops angry. Echrome dropped by Lasbra, and it's an evaporation for Team Risk. Smoke Break just fall by the wayside, and that's an easy Phoenix now over on the duo side of the map. And maybe more. We're at 17:45, and they might be calling game.
Yeah, they're going to go in for the Titan, no problem. Little bit of CC to come their way, but maybe they farm for some kills. Johnny picks up one. Follows into the well. Maybe enough to defend. Look, the rest of the squad's not here.
Yeah, you don't have everyone. This is just now 2 in the Titan room. No minions. Johnny leaps away back to Fountain. Different mindsets from a few of the members on Team Risk in the meantime. Who was that? Lasbra and Variety over in mid, while their 3 other teammates were pushing for a consideration of the end. Not for nothing, Trelly. That Titan is now down to half HP. Won't sustain up while those Phoenixes are down, and so I mean, if you're talking about really trying to force the issue here, Team Risk can group up and only have half a Titan to deal with, but their namesake is not quite how these guys play. They like playing cool, calm, and collected, and no reason not to here. Got this massive lead at 18 minutes, and you talked about needing to backpedal a bit if you're Smoke Break. I'm not sure there's much more room for them to backpedal, as, well, their Fountain is as far back as you can get, and that's where the fight's about to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard to try and just turtle when you already have lost your first Phoenix at 3:19 minutes. And that is going to be another active item picked up for the squad. Pharaoh's Curse. That's the one that looks like old breastplate of regrowth. Yep. That's going to be essentially horrific emblem. Slows the enemies around you and their attack speed. They picked up 2. Both Genetics and Lasbra have access to that Pharaoh's Curse. So if you thought you could run away not going to happen, right? You have Bacchus and Bologna that are slowing you down, trying to find that box potential, which just does not seem easy to try and deal with either, right? When you run away like that, you don't expect the extra level of slow. And now Johnny, is this an ambush? It seems like it.
It is, but does it pay off? No, not yet. Johnny, one tap away. Variety's got the last bit of it. Oh my God, how about the all-in collapse from Team Risk? Variety sustains up, he won't die. The Amanita charm, worth its weight in gold. And all the rest of the healing that Variety's got. Team Risk mop the floor with Smoke Break in what'll be the final fight of this game number 1. Benko's gonna scurry away, but he'll just have to head back to base. And Trelly, that has got to be it here for Team Risk. Death timer's long enough. Maybe take this Phoenix for a bit of additional security, but that Titan, remember you did some work on it earlier on. Now you can clean it up and take game 1.
Yeah, this should be definitely the end call. It was risky before without the whole squad, but now they've got it. My goodness, there's been the grass has been so impactful with trying to set up little ambushes, but also when you're behind, an ambush can turn into your own ambush. Johnny almost didn't even live to get the Ragnarok off because of how much damage Team Risk possessed in their own jungles, giving Streak, the Jingwei, definitely a threat. Beaks on the Hecate, can't praise it enough. And honestly, Variety and Lasbra, I mean, you know, I'll give praise to the whole team, right? They all look clean, but this Hades build, I was not expecting like the hybrid style of Hades build to be so effective. I thought maybe it would come online a bit later, but there was plenty of damage there. And of course, Lasbra, I was wondering how the Bologna jungle would look. Turns out, just a hybrid, like bruiser, old warrior-esque playstyle from Lasbra out of the jungle. Also looked real solid. Still had damage and CC and was able to threaten, but was also very survivable, which ended up being the biggest issue, was that they couldn't really even kill when you had these tanks in their backline.
Yeah, and I'm glad you shout out the actives in game 1 there, Trelly. A couple Pharaoh's curses. I think that Team Risk ended with 3 of the Amanita's charms, so you're slowing and sustaining and fighting. This was the risk, I think, that we were slightly worried about with Team Smokebreak, was that they've been able to out-map play their opponents up to this point, but can you do that up against Team Risk? Hard-pressed to do so. However, still a chance for Smokebreak here. It's far too talented of a team to count out in this best of 3. We do have a third place update for you, and I think maybe surprising that they found their way in the third place match, but not a surprise on the outcome. It is team, I want to make sure I pronounce it properly, Team Giovanni Giorgio, which is Coast, Cozy, Dardes, Adapting, and Nika, able to find a win in the third place matchup, who will beat Team Tythonic. And I think that's a good shot for Team Tythonic as well, because there are plenty of tenured players on that squad, but finding their way into the third place match, so they'll finish top 4 here in our first EMEA matchup of SMITE 2. Emmanuel, AC, Callus, Ice, Nil. I mean, this is a team, plenty of recognizable names there. Not the third place matchup they were hoping for, losing 28-7 in kills, Trelly, but team that clearly in EMEA at least has what it takes to finish top 4. Got to look at the grand finals, though, that we've got in front of us. Smokebreak falls in game 1, but going to have to make some adjustments in picks and bans, maybe play style, Trelly, to get back into it and avoid falling 2-0.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what changes they can make going into picks and bans. I think the Jingwei is still scary, but they could have dealt with it early. I wasn't a big fan of the Zeus ADC, so maybe we swap that up. Something like a Soul, if you can get your hands on it, on her CERN, I think always is better. Again, the intelligence-based Zeus is my favorite, but there's still plenty of things you could switch up and try and knock them off their rhythm. I'll have to see what they decide.
It is a very rhythm-based team, isn't it? It feels like this Team Risk squad. You get out of that early game and then something just starts to click. And at least what we've seen today and in the past and specifically in game 1 here. Best of 3 in the grand finals of the EMEA SMITE 2 Founder Series kickoff weekend. That's Team Risk taking game number 1. Game number 2 coming up next.
claustrophobic mind, and I am not the vagrant kind. Baby, I just wanna take you home, so lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you've got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. Not that vagrant kind. Yeah! I'm done, I'm away, it's wrong, everything, fake news, but what to do, I'm so lost, ain't got no clue, new trends, everywhere, I'm burned out, cause I care, about it all the time, how can I turn around, about your head, about your head, about your head. We're in a loop, a carousel. It's pretty fun, go ring the bells. But it's a trap, cast a spell. Kiss the screen and then oh, can't you see? We were never free. Bow your head, yeah. Bow your head, yeah. What did we have? What did we lose? Nobody knows, nobody rules. It never starts, it never ends. Here we go again. Here we go again. Oh, can't you see? We were never free. Oh, can't you see? We were never
Welcome back. You're watching the SMITE 2 Founder Series. We're kicking things off on day number 1 of SMITE 2 Esports with EMEA, and we are into the grand finals where Team Risk have a 1-0 lead over Team Smokebreak. And if you want to get your hands on SMITE 2, if watching all this just gets you excited, you haven't had the chance to play it yet, exclamation point access in chat will generate a link. Click on that link, and then code SMITE2 Esports will grab you access to SMITE 2. You can get in, play the game now, and have some fun like we're having here today. It's an absolute blast, and I want everyone to get the chance to do it. So exclamation point access and then code SMITE2 Esports is what you're going to plug in on that next page. Follow the link. You can get in, get playing. Go ahead, play God. I heard that somewhere once. I don't know where. But Trelly, we're into our grand finals here. Team Risk versus Smokebreak. And I think the overall story that we had going into the grand finals was, can Smokebreak withstand the macro and the micro of Team Risk? Can Team Risk pick up the pace in the early game? Unfortunately for Smokebreak, and we'll isolate it to game 1. In game 1, all of the answers are against Team Smokebreak, where Team Risk just kind of control all of it.
Yeah, it seemed like, and I think it all stems from P's and B's. As far as I'm concerned, they didn't have enough pressure. Zeus ADC isn't going to be able to bring that much in lane. You're giving up Bacchus for these sort of things. That's where my mind was. I'm not sure if that's the way they feel. We'll have to see if they make any adjustments. And also, I'm not sold on the Fenrir first pick. I've seen it do fantastic. I've seen it do not so well. I'm not sold on it being the end-all, be-all, best god in Smite 2, assuming that it's not banned, of course. So we'll wait and see. Seems like Smokebreak is sold on it because they first picked it, and when they didn't have the option to first pick it, they banned it. But I'm not sold on it. Team Risk, it's their chance. Jingwei's gone. Do they take the Bacchus? Do they take the Hecate? It looks like it will be the Hecate. I'm glad she's getting the recognition she deserves because this god slaps.
I'll protect it nonetheless.
I don't disagree with the mindset though, Trelly, of playing through Johnny, right? I mean, the play through the star jungler is always going to be a good game plan, so it's not going to be the Fenrir this time. But there are plenty of good carry picks that are out in Smite 2 right now that you can get your hands on. Agreed, and this feels agreed on the Hecate, and this feels like a Theeks style pick. When we think of Theeks and previously in Smite 1, you guys would know him as BMT, Big Man Tings. Theeks is like control mage central. Think of the Merlins, the Discordias, like the space control style characters were always some of Theeks' best picks, and Hecate is right up that alley. So love it from Team Risk here.
Don't you think it's kind of cringe that he was like the Neath guy, and then now that Neath is more like sort of mage based, he's like, I actually don't like Neath that much.
That is a good point. He was Neath for a while, and if there wasn't, yeah, man, I'm thinking back to, there was one meta. I don't remember what year that was. Was that Radiance? Maybe they played it a lot on the Kings too. Maybe it was really just the Kings where they played Neath just constantly, and it was like you'd get the Heartseeker online, and I think maybe a hi-rez was in the build at the time, and you would just like one-tap people with your ultimate. Yeah, I remember it well, and that's that's a funny point that like now they're not playing it. They're playing the Hecate for good reason because it's a good pick. Neath is going to get played, but it's going to be on the flip side this time. Trelly, up down's name of the game for Smokebreak. They've got themselves an Odin and a Bacchus and Neath, but Neath's going to be up downing in the opposite direction. So you got some initiation and you got some carry damage early on here for Smokebreak. How do you like the first four?
I do like the first four. I'm trying to see if this is going to be an on her or a Cern. Because in my mind, there's no other option, and we'll take the Cern. I do want to know where your preference lies here, just because you're up against Odin Bacchus. On her has the leap to deal with those things. Cern doesn't, but Cern is traditionally in a better spot, just with the build path and things like that. So Team Risk prioritizes the Cernos there, interestingly enough. And of course, Smokebreak, man, Chalk, Bacchus, and Odin. A nasty front line. And then you have Soul and Neath in the back, which is also incredibly strong. I'm liking what I see from both squads here. I do think that Smokebreak has adapted. I think that they said, hey, we need to throw Team Risk off their game. We need to stop that early aggression, and this composition does it quite well. But Team Risk still has the Hecate. They still have plenty of dive, plenty of CC with the Bologna, Susano, and Ymir core. It is going to be harder though. If I'm going off draft alone, it seems like Smokebreak's composition is a lot easier to execute on.
The question is two things, Charlie. Maybe it's only one thing. I'm assuming it's going to be a Bologna solo, Susano jungle. So maybe I've answered my own question there. Is there a clear favorite in your mind between Odin and Chalk to match up in the jungle? If you're worried about early pressure, if you're worried about throwing Risk off their pace, if you're worried about just falling by the wayside in the first 10 minutes of the game, is there an obvious choice for Smokebreak to get the ball rolling in game number 2 and avoid a 2-0 in the grand finals?
Well, I'll tell you, between the two, if I had to throw one in the jungle, it's not going to be about matchups. It's going to be about farm time. It's going to be about how quickly you can maneuver in the jungle. And I feel like Chalk just clears faster, right? He's got two very strong damaging abilities. Odin's got 3, but you want to use a bit of them for your movement and things like that. So I prefer the Chalk in the jungle, but honestly, either one can work. I've said it a few times. There's just so much versatility in Smite 2.
Troy, kick it off. 1-0 up, our Team Risk in the grand finals of EMEA SMITE 2 Founders Series. Smoke break. Got to find their way back into this one. They've got a fun draft to follow along with. It is going to be Johnny on the chalk. So you're going to put the chalk in the jungle. You know, I'm a big proponent of chasing your opponent in their jungle and being annoying early in the game. No, I'm a big proponent of giving your playmakers the types of picks that can really wreck a game. Chalk can absolutely get there. And Trelly, I think that Team Risk, we've talked plenty, probably too much, about Theek's Variety and Genetic Streak Up. Had a great game one. Lasbro as well, though. You know, this is a guy who just won Worlds with the Jade Dragons, had a great tournament there at Season 10 SMITE World Championships. And probably feeling some confidence from that, but also a player, when you think of streaks and I'm not talking about the carry for Team Risk. When you think about players who when they get a hot hand, they kind of take things over. Lasbro, such a hot and cold player in the past, but I think found some of that consistency towards the end of Season 10 in a really good game, honestly, in game number 1. I think the Susano gives him the opportunity. I was talking about it with Johnny in the chalk. Gives Lasbro the opportunity to maybe take this game over and get things started for Team Risk here in game 2.
I'm just looking at the starts here. Interesting up down there for he lost. Oh no, he got it. Okay, I was gonna say there's no way he loses that. Benko took his 1 though. Did end up using Sunder, take away the red buff. I was just taking a look at everyone's starts. If you look at your minimap, Genetics is also invading farm all the while Silence is invading farm. Everyone's just invading, Dave, but
yeah.
If everyone's invading, aren't we all just starting at our own camps? You know,
Yeah,
like,
right. That's my camp on the other side of the map. Right.
Yeah,
if everyone's invading, no one is.
Everyone just flopped. That's all that really happened.
Which is maybe the best case scenario for both teams. You don't lose.
Yeah, I guess those mid camps matter. So you know, E-Chrome and Silence are able to pick up purple buffs, so that's something. But besides that, just seems like a ton of invading all around. Variety in the Bologna solo, something that we didn't get to see last time because Lasbro took it into the jungle. I'm excited to see how that matchup goes. But once again, lopsided Sunders. Something to keep in mind is the fact that Lasbro started Sunder. He doesn't have a survivability relic. So you lock down Susano. Sure, he's got a lot of movement, but he could be in some trouble.
And you lock down Streak, doesn't get stunned, but still left running underneath his tower. Benko low, Genetics, one more auto. No, there's a stun on the flip side from the Bacchus. And Silenced has somehow peeled out for his team. Genetics plays with his life on the edge. Ymir back beneath his tier 1 tower. But here is Lasbro. Lasbro, the biggest fan of the level 2 gank, maybe of all time. Level 3 gank now. Dashes forward, pulls E-Chrome back. And hello, first blood for Streak, and Variety is here as well. Whoa. Silenced had to get away. Team Risk playing through Lasbro, playing through Duo. They'll get their Cerna first blood.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, if you're going to teleport over, you got to get the kill. And Benko almost teleported over to get first blooded, and that would have been a disaster. But doesn't end up happening, gets to live by 1 HP. Unfortunately, thanks to a great wall by Genetics and E-Chrome just being way too far forward, the teleport ends up netting first blood anyways over towards Team Risk, and of course Variety makes his way over as well. I do love there's a hot and cold for me about the addition of the teleporters, where yes, it's going to be more aggression, but also it's something you have to watch out for. But hey, there's always going to be gank. You got to be careful.
Ow.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, what in the world is that burst from Genetics and Streak? Oh, it's devastating for Team Risk. You play that burst near perfectly, but just not enough damage early on in the game to get the second kill onto E-Chrome. If nothing else, though, you have shoved him out of lane. Streak's got the 1 level lead. Gonna build up even a little bit more, and still a chase down happening over on the duo side of the jungle. Looks like Silence will be okay because there's a fight happening here. Lasbro, uh-oh, he's the one in trouble for Team Risk. Can't dodge out all the damage. Johnny flipped the script, and now both junglers have had a hand in a kill. Belly flop needed by Silenced. Man, these jungles, Trelly, are just a danger zone for both teams. We've seen some overextensions. I don't know if you can say that when Silence is on his own side of the jungle. But we've seen moments that have nearly cost both teams dearly when the dust settles, just 1-1. And it's Lasbro who falls most recently.
So far. Interestingly enough, though, I mean, the Cernuno's build has been pretty consistently just full intelligence. Streak does not seem to be going that route. I mean, it's okay if you want to stack Transcendence first or go into Dev Gauntlet, something like that, but full int is usually the call. So I'm curious to see how that goes. Another rotation in from Benko over to solo lane. Pulls the Phantom Shell. Streak was holding that one, no problem. Does not have to worry about the cage, but Benko, are you jumping over or not is the question. It looks like he is. Yeah, I think, well, can you do it now that Genetic showed his face, though? Benko, I think you're wasting your time now.
Does look like it. Yeah, Benko
okay, so he walked over, teleported back.
Yep.
And then Variety traded.
And then Variety trades out. But can Variety get something done now, though? I mean, Variety's still over here. Variety about to get his ultimate back. Eagles Rally not quite there. That could be used for follow-up in just a moment. Streak up, sends Polymorph down, but Genetics roots himself in place and just gets burned down by Smoke Break. Variety's got to make some money here, able to do so. E-Chrome with the second death of the game. Eagles Rally for disengage. It's there, but does Johnny have that last bit of range? Axe out. Oh, nearly. But Variety lives. We are on a knife's edge in game number 2. Exactly what you needed to see from Smoke Break after game 1 got so out of control. Go toe-to-toe with Team Risk in game 2. They certainly have done so here. Feeks potentially in some trouble, rooted in place. Aegis saves some damage, and mid lane will fizzle out. So some fighting continuing over in Duo Trelly. There's just something about this side of the map that has been a magnet to early game fighting in really both games.
Wow, and I am shocked at Genetics' first item pickup. That is Screeching Gargoyle, an active item which just puts out a giant silence radius in front of you. I have never seen it used, to be honest with you. Like, I've seen it in games, but not in a competitive setting. I'm curious. Maybe an ambush. See who walks up. You Screeching Gargoyle, you freeze. They can't blink out. Could be the call. Let's see it in action.
Genetics hits the freeze. There's your silence. Lasts for a little while. Oh, no. His name is silenced. I was like, man, that is taking forever. Why is he silenced for so long? But no, his name is just silenced.
He's always silent.
I was like, oh my god, that item is OP. He's silenced forever. No, silenced will wander away. He'll live. In the meantime, Team Risk back their way towards the Gold Fury. Streak up with the confirm, but E-Chrome was there and potentially still there for a chase. Looks like Team Risk realizing they don't know the exact numbers of Smoke Break. Don't want to stick around and find out. The lack of risk pokes its head around once again from Team Risk. Get the Fury back up. Now you got exact numbers here. Lasbra started things off with a first blood, now gets shoved aside. Oh, dashes right into the Benko wall, a World Weaver. Gonna finish off the kill, and Angry assists his teammates. And as Lasbra steps just a bit too far forward, maybe didn't fully prepare for the full initiation.
Yeah, I mean, Benko has been playing essentially like a jungler, just getting over the left side of the map whenever possible, trying to make use of that cage. This time, Lasbra gets baited. I mean, once you use your 3, you're pretty much toast if you get caught in that Odin cage, and that's exactly what happens. Thanks to the Neath ult as well from Angry, gonna help out and confirm that kill. A little bit of a wraparound from Genetics. Can you find any damage onto E-Chrome? Seems like a little bit, but nothing to worry about. Disapparate's going to get you out of trouble just about every single time. But with the Gold Fury down, Dave, I think we're probably at a bit of a standstill. Until about 15 minutes, that's when the Fire Giant could be instant done. We've seen it done a few times today, where just someone builds some big attack speed, big crit chance, big lifesteal, and they just go for the insta-pull on Fire Giant. Right now, I don't think either team has that ability, but a lot can change in 7 minutes. I'm going to keep my eyes on the builds, see exactly where everyone's headed. And yeah, it does seem like Streak is just going traditional crit, auto attack Cernunos. Not the meta build, but definitely still viable.
Lasbra, he gets stunned by silenced over in mid, but has the pullback, has the jet stream, has the damage, but silenced. Oh man, there's just too much follow-up from Team Risk. Silence probably thought he had a chance to get away, but this is something, Trelly, that's happened time and time again. Almost no clean one and out kills for Team Risk this game. Smokebreak has always been lurking just around the corner to trade out. This time it's supports taking a tumble. We stay tied up at 4-4. And something we've not seen a lot today, Trelly, a very simple stat that Smokebreak and fans of this roster will be happy with. They've got a gold lead, albeit a slight one, at the 9.5-minute mark. It has been kills maybe, but behind in gold, at least in game one. Earlier on today, they had big gold leads, but we're down in kills. This is a pretty good map state now, and it'll get better if you can grab a kill onto Lasbra. Silence, knock up. But Lasbra has not been cleaned up. Won't go back in. Probably smart. A stiff breeze will finish off the kill onto Lasbra, and would have for Johnny as well. Both junglers able to get out scot-free, but again, balancing on that knife's edge to stay alive.
So far, Lasbra's, I think, is the big reason for this gold deficit. If you take a look at Johnny, just farming a little bit better at the moment. That's natural, I think. Chalk is a bit tankier of a force. Susano still does crazy damage, but when you're stacking up dev gauntlets, it's going to take a while for you to try and match that same pressure that Johnny has. But also, Angry sitting at level 11. Theeks has been matching that decently well. Benko, despite the fact that he has really not been in lane too much, is able to stay relatively even with Variety as well. So, still, you know, even as far as I'm concerned, now that the kills have been evened up as well, but Smokebreak just getting the better end of the farm for now. Considering Gold Fury spawns in any second, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw fighting on the left side of the map. E-Chrome, who's be in some trouble here. Unfortunate.
We'll take the easy way out and not give a kill over to the opposing team, unless I've missed something there. I guess was going to get chased down and just said, I'm going to give it to the tower instead. But could be impactful because Team Risk, I mean, kill or not, now have an advantage on the map. Over in mid, Variety collapses onto Silenced. Lasbra and Benko go toe-to-toe over in dual lane. And an actual kill results in a kill onto a numbers advantage with Silence being down. Fury pulled. A bit of damage taken away. Genetics unable to get the Silence through onto Benko. Goes up, down. Variety blocked off on the other side of the wall. Lasbra still has some chase down in him. Can he snag the one kill onto Angry? No, because the Odin Cage is there to break up this fight. Theekso swinging free and clear on the back line of this fight. Lasbra stays alive, but can the Hecate get back in? No, they can't. Smokebreak, 3 of them down to red HP, and they all live. I thought Theeks had an opportunity to clean up that fight. Lasbra was low. He would have loved to pick up a few of those kills. Both teams remain full strength. Variety, though, I misspeak, died at the very beginning of that engagement. Still, both teams will want to turn their eyes towards this Gold Fury with no true advantage being carved out on the map.
Man, I'm not sure exactly how much Theeks was able to do to help Lasbra there. I did see the shield come down, but again, it's only magical damage. So if there was any physical damage that hit Lasbra, that was him just juking. But I think Theeks definitely helped out in the survivability there. Variety might be looking for a kill. Here comes the ultimate, pulls the beads away from Silence for the time being. Not a bad ult. That's the Purification active item, by the way. He didn't start beads. He has Sunder, so keep that in mind. That is team-wide, that beads that just got pulled, so that's a big grab. Especially when the fact that it's going to be back up soon. But here comes Benko once again, teleporting behind and has a cage.
Benko, who can you find? You found Genetics, but wow, Genetics well played. Freeze wall. Love the little knockbacks from the Ymir wall. We've been seeing that a few times here in the first handful of games we've seen from Smite 2. Remember the storyline around Ymir in Smite 1? It was like either you're gonna carry this game or you're gonna go 0-10, right? Like Ymir just felt like the ultimate hot or cold, win or lose type god. A bit more success here in Smite 2, and Eagles rally, force from Variety, but Smokebreak have the collapse. Does that now open the door to this Fury that we've all been staring at for the last 10 or so minutes? Genetics is also low here. You'd love to see the call from Smokebreak to rally around the objective.
Yeah, the ability to use your wall to just yeet yourself around the map and also move your 2 after casting it has made Jameer a night and day different character. As far as I'm concerned, it is so much easier. This Fury, uncontested for sure. No reason for Team Risk to walk up. Team Smokebreak has all the map pressure in the world after that pick onto Variety. They have to give up the second Gold Fury of the game over towards Smokebreak. But Fire Giant spawns in here in 20 seconds. I don't think we're in a spot where you go for the pull immediately, but I'm watching E-Chrome, Dave.
Yep.
And that's exactly where he's heading. He's not going back to duo lane. The question is he being followed? And it seems like Team Risk is onto this. They're heading there as well. The Fire Giant is very... Everyone is aware that the Fire Giant could be pulled.
Yep. It'd be nice if there was like an item in this game that you could buy, and it gave you like vision of a small area on the map. You know, you could invest gold into it.
That sounds like wall hacks to me. I don't know. Why would you?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I'm pitching here. Like a vision ward or something like that. That'd be really nice. Lasbra in the fray of things. Couple ultimates actually tossed out. Streak and E-Chrome both used there. So the carries without their ultimates. So burst damage and then also maybe some self-peel off the map. Genetics backing away beneath his tier 1 tower. A wall slows things down. A bit slow on the uptake here, Team Risk. They're wanting to fight beneath this tower maybe, but it was Genetics for the longest time. That there was no help from the rest of Team Risk. But oh my goodness, Lasbra nearly in a 1v3 picks up a kill. Shriek up, thank goodness for Team Risk. It would at least pull one back because it's been a rough couple of moments from Team Risk. And Smokebreak starting to hit their stride a bit. Game 1 felt uncharacteristic regardless of the outcome of this one. This feels a bit more like what Smokebreak is capable of. Variety by the thinnest of margins leaps away, but Trelly could be a call to maybe lock down some of the right side of the map. Will not be an immediate FG call, however.
Yeah, I'm really not sold on this Sunder pickup from Lasbra. I think that he could have got... Oh, okay. This is all good. Lot of burst damage. You gotta watch out for those weaves coming through. But I'm just not sold on this Sunder pickup. I can't imagine you ever need 3. You know, especially on Susano, of all people, who just has no sort of CC immunity, not a lot of mobility if the walls are in play. And Team Risk just pulls the Fire Giant anyway. I mean, if you got 3 Sunders, maybe you try, but immediately shut down. Smokebreak was not letting that slide.
Now they hover close by. Both teams fully stocked up. 5v5, few ultimates waiting to come back off of cooldown. At least for Team Risk. All of their relics are here as well. Fury still a little bit of time to come back off of cooldown. This next fight might be the one that really breaks this game open. Smokebreak, though, have slowly built up that farm lead that we've come to expect from them throughout the tournament here today. We've seen them build up 5,000-6,000 gold casually when you just aren't looking. It's exactly what's happened in the last 5 minutes for me. We were even a few minutes ago, and now suddenly they've got a little extra gold to play with. Can they put that into action onto the map, though? 3-man rotation has been deadly. Lasbra's going to walk face first into it. Luckily, can teleport away just quickly enough to avoid certain death. Maybe, Trailer, you're far enough ahead. If you're Smokebreak, you say, let's just see what happens. Let's pull this FG and see if we can bait Team Risk in.
I think that is the call. Send Lasbra over to left lane. Let him get some farm under his belt. Try and steal away Fire Giant, but, you know, maybe you just send Genetics in to do it, and maybe even Variety, but everyone else, not so much. Genetics eats himself forward, but Johnny's already in the back line.
Oh, man, Johnny's found the initiation, but somehow, wow, Genetics has lived. Variety, though, has not. E-Chrome adds another. Finally, the Soul starting to get some action in this game. Lasbra just around the wall here. It's going to be a desperation steal. Got his ultimate. That might be the play. I'm not sure that Smokebreak. No, Lasbra's here. This could be a big moment from the world champion. Snags a kill onto E-Chrome. What else does he have? Right now, it's trying to get out. Has used his ultimate, so no more burst damage from Lasbra as well. If the call for Team Risk is prevent the FG, they've been able to do so. They lose 2 and trade for 1.
I mean, that's all you need at this point. If you don't want Fire Giant to go down, you back up, you get the pick. Well played by Lasbra not to use his jet stream until he needed to get out. So he's going to be able to weave in and out of there, no problem. Still 3 levels behind Johnny. He doesn't look great, but you're able to try and farm back up. I wonder if they go in for a fight here. With Johnny nearby, this could be very risky. They didn't see Johnny either. There's going to be a chalk behind Streak any moment now. This is an ambush, and they have no idea.
Look at Johnny just buying his time. He'll be spotted out now as a collapse from Theeks on the flip side. It's actually made this slightly uncomfortable for Johnny. Ooh, a nice wall from Genex. Pull back from Theeks has flipped this fight around. Oh no, Smoke Break thought they had a moment, but Hecate has come to play in a needed 2-kill swing from Team Risk. What can you get? You are behind in gold. You've got 40 seconds with a 5v3. Time to find some farm and find an objective on the map.
Yeah, you gotta go for Fire Giant here. You have 3 Sunders that will all be available by the time you actually pull this objective, and you killed 2. That was an ambush atop an ambush atop an ambush, and it ended up working out for Team Risk, and they're going to pull immediately. Pay attention to Variety, already in the back line, probably looking at Ecro.
Uh-oh. Is there trouble brewing here? This still just slightly feels uneasy for Team Risk. They've got the numbers advantage, but you have to secure this Fire Giant and maybe a couple more kills. FG taken by Variety. And Silence falls prey as well, but Lasbra a bit too far forward on the other side. Trades out 1, so 1 FG buff is gone. But ultimately, Trelly, it's 4 kills and a Fire Giant for the life of Lasbra. Team Risk have found themselves right back in this game.
They're going to fight.
It looks like, with lower health bars, Smoke Break want to step themselves forward. Genetics nearly deleted, but the shielding, the freeze, the silence, all of it keeps them alive. Oh no, Streak up down by Johnny. It's gonna happen to Variety as well. It's gonna happen to Genetics. All of Team Risk wiped from the map. And Smoke Break have laid a trap, and it's been sprung.
I mean, it was a 3v4, so much burst damage from Angry, and Johnny gets to the back line, no problem at all. I like I mean, getting Fire Giant on 4 is so nice, but you didn't have to immediately push. You could back up, you can heal. The Amanita Charms are great, but they're not enough to get you full. I think you play that one a bit slower, look towards Gold Fury, but they ended up throwing all of their Fire Giants, Dave. This should be an easy Gold Fury for Smoke Break, at least to start off, but they might even push with this. That just seemed like a bit of an overextension, and to give credit where credit is due, fantastic ambush by Smoke Break. They knew that they were allowed to fight that.
Sure did. It's the calculation from Smoke Break that has won them a lot of games today. They continue to do so in Game 2, which would shove us to a Game 3. Second Gold Fury of the game for Smoke Break, 3rd overall. Team Risk snagged one for themselves earlier on. So now Team Risk really need to recenter themselves. You had a great moment. And maybe have tilted the scales back into your favor for a second, but flings right back the other direction. May take a moment to sit back, take a breather, pause, Trelly, before this next Fire Giant respawns. Still some towers on the map, though, are mirrored. Though the 1 extra tower in mid is the difference maker here. So there's still some gold on the map to be collected. But the ganks and these little traps have played such a role in this game. I don't know if we're going to be completely silent for the next few minutes.
And we got time, and considering the fact that we're in a little bit of a slow zone, we can look in at more of these active items. I mean, Genetics is already capped out. You can only have 3 active items at once. He has chose Screeching Gargoyle, Amanita's Charm, and Pharaoh's Curse. Screeching Gargoyle, again, big AoE silence, spits out in a cone in front of you. Amanita Charm, Mushroom, Old Meditation, gives you a lot to sustain. And of course,
sounds
Pharaoh's
like
Curse slows your movement speed and attack speed. We saw 3 of those, I believe, or maybe only 2 picked up last game. Great for chase down, great for peel. But
what do you... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, Silence does have the beads as well. So even if you lock in a Ymir freeze or a big ultimate from Theeks, there is that team-wide purification there from Silence that it could just rip it away at any moment. So just because someone doesn't have beads doesn't mean they don't have CC immunity.
You're being a great co-caster, and I was about to troll for a second, so I appreciate you keeping me on track here, Trelly. The Fire Giant's about to respawn.
You can troll now, though. Like, we got time.
I was going to ask you what you think the Screeching Gargoyle sounds like. I'm not sure we
can
get
tell you exactly what I think.
Maybe that's what it sounds like. I don't know if I peeked out there.
You know, like,
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, you get the little like rattle in the back there. That's pretty solid, Billy. I'm on board with that. Variety, he's screaming, but he's left running. He's going the opposite direction. A stun from a World Weaver connects. So a few ultimates down. Variety had to use his. Angry Benko used theirs. Is that enough of an advantage, though, for Team Risk to suddenly feel an advantage? The junglers are going to battle over in mid. Whoa! Genetics gets blown up underneath the tier 2 tower. Smoke break gotta have a little bit of extra confidence now. Still no fire giant on the spawn, but a tier 2 tower will go a little way in building up some extra gold. Silence chunked down a little bit on the Bacchus. And Lasbro left running. All in the meantime, Johnny is rotated back to be with the rest of his team, but won't be an immediate fight. So Lasbro can get back with the rest of his squad here shortly. As the fire giant respawns, Genetics will be up in 10 or so seconds. Could be the final fight here in game number 2.
East's ultimate is coming back up soon. Trying to find a chase down, trying to find a pull back in. Doesn't seem like that ability is going to present itself. And Lasbro has just been stuck on farm duty. My man has not gotten an upgrade in a solid 6 minutes. Like, he has been holding on to those items specifically for some time. He just wants to hit level 20. Probably get like a full hi-rez or a defense item and upgrade that starter item. If I had to guess, that's what's on Lasbro's mind, and level 20 is the only way to get there. If he could hit 20 back and make it to Fire Giant, that's an ideal situation, but Smoke Break has already started to pull, and Variety's already at 70% HP.
Lasbro will do 2 of those things. He'll hit 20 and go back, but he's not going to make it back to this Fire Giant before it gets taken down. Going to be on the rest of Team Risk to step forward, though the damage is a little bit delayed, so Lasbro is in fact here. A wall from Genetics slows his team down from getting into the fight, steps forward, in goes Eagles early! Oh, Genetics gets it! Makes a play, and Lasbro has a kill onto Johnny as well. Suddenly, Team Risk from the depths have clawed themselves right back up. Is there more damage to be had, though? Your carries are still full health if you're Team Risk, and they'll make use of it. Not worried about the fight after the Fire Giant if you can clean up the fight during the Fire Giant, and that's what Team Risk will do. 2 members of Smoke Break left running, and the plays have been made. A double pull from Lasbro has just fallen shy of another kill.
Yeah, Theeks wanted to try and chase down, can't find the kill, but you get Fire Giant on all 5. It's up to Angry and Benko to try and keep their birds up, and I don't think they'll even defend. I think they probably sit underneath the Titan at this point. He got some time on the respawn, 17 for Johnny, 10 seconds to silence. So yeah, this is a get a bird and get out situation. But remember, Angry has the burst, as we just saw.
Oh, Lasbro goes in, pulls back once more. This time it's onto Angry. Phoenix chiseled away and taken down ultimately. Team Risk, Trailer, they're going to follow your direction and follow what they've learned from this game already. FG, a bunch of kills. Let's get out after the Phoenix. I swear to God, if they lose this fight, I'm gonna be so mad. They're still gonna group up.
Oh, they're going for it. That's not the target you want, though.
Whoa, whoa, big damage. Little flies over the wall. That's from Theeks. Johnny steps forward, knock up, but he teleports back. They have not been able, Team Risk, to lock down the chalk, but it's still silenced, left alone with the rest of his team. I was worried for a second. And Team Risk this time able to get the fight after the FG, get an extra kill, and get a Gold Fury.
And they're able to grab the Ancient Fury as well, I believe. That is a big difference maker.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Considering the fact that they still have to go through a tier 1 tower over and left, that's a lot of damage that could accumulate. And Smoke Break has shown, Dave, they're not afraid to fight. This is 300 gold at the moment. Like, it is not that big of a deficit where they are terrified to go in. They're trying to find ambushes. They're trying to find engagement. Just hasn't been working out. And that was a huge ultimate from Theeks, but an even bigger beads from Silence for his squad. They could have all been pulled back. That might have been game if they actually did get pulled back in, but timed the CC immunity perfectly to make sure that did not happen. But now, Smoke Break, do you set up an ambush in the grass? Or do you wait under your Phoenix that is haunted by the Ancient Fury and will not help you in this engagement? Let's find out. I mean, tier 1 dropped immediately. Smoke Break, they're not cowering in fear, Dave. They're at the very least in their jungle.
Well, why? I mean, why would they, right? Smoke Break. This is how they got back into game 2 here a couple of times. Go out swinging. I said it during picks and bans. You don't play not to lose. You got to draw your line somewhere. You can't just say, all right, we'll give up the tier 2. All right, we'll give up the Phoenix. Eventually, you got to fight. See where Smoke Break chooses to do so. Ultimate's already really worried about the Phantom Shell and the Aegis for Team Risk. Both of those still hanging out. In goes one. Variety rooted in place. Steps back for the time being. Phoenix has not taken any damage over on left. Remember, there's going to be fire minions over in mid lane as well, so somebody at some point from Smoke Break is going to have to deal with those. Whoa, the chuck! What just happened to the backline of Smoke Break? They have got to get back to their fountain, and I think that just concedes this left side Phoenix. And there may still be more. An emboldened Team Risk stepped forward, but will now step back and sustain.
Yeah, that is the Hecate 2-1 you just watched. And the ultimate came through. Beautiful purification again from Silence. That really didn't do too much, but the 2-1 is ridiculous. And Benko, what are you doing? You're walking into the jungle?
The bait, the trap, it's laid. And Team Risk are able to find the advantage. Silence on the side as well. Could be a winning moment here for Team Risk on day 1 of our SMITE 2 Founder Series. 3 members of Smoke Break. They're left back. They're trying to defend Trelly, but there is enough sustain from Team Risk to feel good about their chances. They'll step forward one more time. Genetics done some damage towards the Titan. Smoke Break back from the fountain. Gotta clean up some of these carries, but Streak is just all on his own, all on the left. Working down the Titan. Team Risk, unreal comeback in game 2. And Team Risk take it. They'll take grand finals. Undefeated today in the SMITE 2 Founder Series. And undefeated in the grand finals. Team Risk, what a squad. And they find a way to get it done in 2 in the grand finals.
I mean, you got to give credit to Genetics for that Fire Giant steal. They won the fight handedly after the fact, so I'm not even sure if it was just the Fire Giant steal or if it was the fact that Smoke Break overcommitted for that FG. But regardless, beautiful play. Benko, he caged him out. Genetics still found a way to yeet himself in with the Ymir wall, steal the objective, and that just started the comeback. Lasbro was able to go over to left lane, get a bunch of levels in the meantime. Theeks made consistent, solid, open the gates to just, find those picks whenever necessary. And regardless of the ults, so much burst damage coming from Hecate. I mean, Theeks put on an absolute clinic with this character. It's time to start thinking about prioritizing different bans than Fenrir. Because again, I do think this Hecate was a problem. Even when the ultimates weren't landing, they were getting purified. There's still so much burst damage that can come. But you got to give shouts out to Angry. I think the Neath, despite being a bit behind team-wise, I think ends like 5-0 there. Like still had some great damage. Just was not enough to really change the way that game was played. Same with Johnny. I mean, had a fantastic performance on the chalk. Just built a little bit tankier. The only Hunter's Garb in the middle of the build kind of slowed a bit of that DPS. But it's how you got to play some of these bruiser junglers. And because of that, wasn't able to confirm a lot of these kills towards the late game, which meant Teamers just walks in and they end.
Trey, I think the way that the top 4 or 5 teams broke out here on day 1 of EMEA, I think the way the bracket worked out, and we'll take a look at that now, I think was about expected. I think these top 4 teams, I think Tythonic maybe made more of a run than I think I had them slotted in for quarterfinals. But taking out a couple of the really talented teams in this tournament, they faced old and new, who you and I got to watch earlier on today. So a really favorable draw of games there from Tythonic, but find their way into the semifinals. They'll finish top 4 here in this one. But following Team Risk through Trelly, what a talented team, and nobody needed to be told that. But lossless today, that they go completely undefeated. Same in the grand finals, and I think what'll feel good for this team, of course, you move yourself into the upper portion of the next rounds of qualification. But you had to win in different ways today. You didn't just blow out all your opponents, especially in game 2 of the grand finals. I think that'll be a good look for Team Risk to look back on, snagging a win in an otherwise really difficult game.
And something to keep in mind, in NA specifically, there's been a lot of similar rosters that have stayed together throughout the entirety of this early Smite 2 competitive. Whereas in EMEA, I mean, Adapting had a squad that was pretty consistently winning a lot of these tournaments, and they completely split up when it came time for this event in particular. And now Genetics, who historically was having a bit of a rougher early patch in some of these tournaments, looks night and day different as far as I'm concerned. Haven't gotten to see too much of Lasbra variety either. Theeks looks fantastic. Like, this was not a team that was just dominating throughout the entirety of the early stage tournaments. They sort of formed for this event. And because of that, we have a very strong showing. I'm very much looking forward to see how the EMEA scene evolves. But an early start, there is a lot of talent in this region for sure.
Agreed. And this is going to make almost no sense, but I'm going to say it anyway. As I'm looking through the rosters, one team that jumped out at me was team No One You Know. And I appreciate that team name. But really specifically the player names, their support is Feed in Steel.
Yep.
Their mid is Greed in Throw. And then their jungle is Smite Enjoyer. So big fan of team No One You Know. If you guys are watching, I know you now, and we all know you now. I appreciate you guys showing up. That's right. I want to see more of that today. EMEA, it's in the books, Trelly. NA kicks off tomorrow, so it's same vibe, just over in North America. We'll get our first look at some of the orientations of those teams that have been talked about online. We'll get to see some fresh faces, see what new teams, what new players might be able to make a wave. Same type of vibe as today. That'll start at 11 a.m. Eastern time, though. So NA in the Smite 2 Founder Series starts tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. But want to shout out Team Risk. They're able to get things done here. They're able to win the bracket today in the EMEA portion of the Smite 2 Founder Series. Smite 2 Esports, it's officially kicked off. Smite Esports is back, and I'm so excited to be here with you guys. As always, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time for NA.